Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat, we'll get started in a few seconds. Okay, we will call the August 20th, 2024 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 4 p.m. As always, we will start our meeting with an invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. In a minute, I'll ask you to stand if you care to for the invocation and the pledge. If you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in the invocation, you are welcome to do that. Just send an email to kgreen@volusia.org, the letter K, green@volusia.org, and she will get you all set up. Today, for our invocation, we have the Reverend Neil Ganzel of Coquina Presbyterian Church on Highway 40 in Ormond Beach. Reverend, if you would like to come forward and stand if you would care to.
Thank you. Father, it is a great pleasure, Father, to, at the beginning of this meeting, seek your place here. Father, we pray that whether we are elected representatives or some of the excellent staff here in our county or those who've come to be part of this evening tonight as spectators or other kinds of participants, that all that we say and do might bring glory to the God who made us in his image and gave us the kind of governance that we have today, that whether we be little or big, rich or poor, of whatever denominational or lack of religion we might have, that we are all part of a nation that invites us to participate in governance. We thank you for the good governance that we all here enjoy as citizens of this county. We ask you in this meeting that you give our representatives wisdom, and in all that they say and do, Lord, they will serve the great good of this good county. I pray this all in the name of my Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here, so we have a full house and a quorum. We will start with public comment. When I call your name, if you would just come down front here, make sure that the microphones are close to you so that we can hear you and the people listening online can hear you. You will have 3 minutes to talk to us about anything in the county business that you would care to talk about. There is a clock on the monitor in front of you. There's also a clock that will be on the screen over my head, so I'll tell you when you get close to your 3 minutes. First, we have Henry Thomas, and when you come down, please tell us, Henry and everybody else that comes, just tell us what part of the county that you're from so your representative knows that you're in his district.
I'm Henry Thomas. I live at 2725 Botts Landing Road in the Pontoon area, Pontoon Peninsula. I guess I'd be District 1. There he is. So anyway, I have lived in the Pontoon neighborhood 30 years, in DeLand area 65 years. Our neighborhood has avoided the crazy overdevelopment going on everywhere until now. If you're familiar with the Pontoon Peninsula, you know it's a unique place. I am speaking today concerning the Pontoon DeLand Conservation Subdivision on the west side of Pontoon Road at Palm Drive. 80 acres will have 60% conservation land and 40% home sites, 142 lots. Even though this type of subdivision is allowed under present zoning, it doesn't fit with the existing neighboring properties. The west side of Pontoon Road from Old New York to Botts Landing Road, 1.2 miles, has 10 properties with at least 10 acres each with active agricultural endeavors. I have watched the county land development, staff review meetings, and development review committee meetings online and was told by the DRC Land Development Office, I don't remember who I talked to, that there was no forum for public concerns or comments. Meetings are only for the developer and the county staff only. It would have been neighborly for the developer or the county to at least contact abutting property owners, which I'm not one, I'm only 2 over from, but about what to expect. As usual, it's all about the money. Neither I or anyone I know has enough money to challenge anything. We'll have to go with the flow and hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna Larson.
Hi, I'm Lorna Larson. I've lived in Florida for a lot of years, and it's county 1 block where I am now. I think because of its being county, the county and the city can't make up their mind as to who needs to take care of the water situation. So I have a hole in the ground in front of 316 Chipola because I had to hire Mr. Reuter to come and put a flap in on the pipe where the water goes out. When he gets down there, he told us we need to look because the city side was all broken. The city said, it's on your property. You have to take care of it. I've already taken care of putting in the flap that they were supposed to have to separate our system to begin with, and it's costly. Okay, so I've got this hole in the front yard that's waiting for $1,000 to go to the bank that I had to borrow to pay Mr. Reuter to come and fix it so that I don't have the gases coming into the house. Well, the city says it isn't our responsibility, and the county says it isn't our responsibility. It doesn't matter whose street you live on. So here we've got this pile of dirt in the front yard. You can't even mow where it is because the pile of dirt is so big. It's not safe because the depth of the hole is about hip deep. One of the cats got down in it, and I had to climb down in it to get the cat out. Okay. That's the start of my issue. What takes it a little further is that a young man was shot at 2 o'clock at night in front of the house. And it just happened to be a night that we're watching late movies through the night to entertain ourselves because neither one of us were able to sleep. Right smack in the front of the house, this guy was shot in the heart. Because he was left nude by the police, I stood there and my son stood behind to make sure that nobody had a chance to come and defile that body.
Lorna, you are out of time, but I'm going to tell you we will be in touch with you. We've got your phone number and your address.
My son will tell you a little bit more about that.
Okay.
Okay?
That would be Tanner Larson.
To continue Mom's story, the individual who's passed away, his family has left a memorial out in front of the house. We allowed them to have that memorial to begin with because of, out of respect out of the gentleman who passed away and his family. They have changed their memorial from a wood pallet to a wooden box. Now this wooden box is where it's not just a small pallet now, it's a big, huge wooden box. It's a fire hazard because they keep on putting candles in it, and those candles can ignite anything that's in it along with the box itself and burn the area down, which is not safe for anybody. This is one of the issues that we have. Another issue that we have about the house and property is recently a gentleman with code enforcement came onto the property, did not adhere to the no trespassing sign, came up to the house, knocked on the door, got in touch with my mother, went into the backyard and took pictures of our backyard without permission. And I am concerned when individuals who are officials in an official standing are not abiding by individuals' rights and individuals' home and their safety. It makes me very concerned as to what's going on, what is being allowed, why is this being allowed, who is it that's giving this person permission to do these things that everybody that I've spoken to has said, my backyard is my backyard, not anybody else's backyard, not somebody else's right to go into my backyard. So I'm just wanting council to be aware of this. Of course, we are at 316 Chipola, which is county zone. Like my mom said, the water issue has become a major issue, has been that for years. Just recently, they came out and did more cleaning up of their own equipment, and it's still having problems with. So, and they still haven't accepted responsibility for what's on our property. So. And it was definitely broken, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gene Bailey?
Hello, Council, Volusia County. I know you've seen me here a couple times. I've been coming for the last 6 months about my son, Bradley Stephen Bailey, that died of a drug overdose in Daytona Beach. I'm a resident of DeLand, but I'm still advocating for the people that are losing their lives when we have a harm reduction tool that will help. I know you all have heard me that we have the free Narcan vending machines I've been putting up. I've asked the county if I could put some on county property where I find they're mostly needed. I want to thank you all for tasking Dr. Brad to assist me. He's been very helpful. We've went on field trips to see what I'm talking about, so he's really aware of what I'm trying to do. I did just want to come up here today. Again, thank you for his help. He did tell me on the 17th we'd be discussing it again. So I wanted to let you know that I do have the machine in Daytona Beach, but I just installed a machine Wednesday on the corner of Woodland and Voorhees at a private gas station. I'm not sure if you know where the gas station is, but unfortunately I couldn't put it where I wanted it to go, so it is on the back of that building. So there is some available here in DeLand now. My goal is to get 20 of them and to hit all of Volusia County. So I just wanted to let you know we got one here in DeLand. I still ask that the county allow me to put some on county property at the locations that are really needed. And that's what I come here today to tell you all thank you.
Barbara Moniz.
Hello. I urgently need help with a persisting issue at my residence. For 19 years, I have lived at 1680 West Parkway in Daytona Park Estates. However, due to recent housing development in the area, I have been dealing with a significant increase in water buildup in my yard. The construction of 2 new houses near me has resulted in persistent standing water, with the water even reaching up against my house. As a result, my backyard has become unusable for most of the summer, and even my landscaper is unable to mow the lawn due to excessive water, so it looks like a jungle. Furthermore, I am worried about the safety of my dog due to potential presence of snakes. To exacerbate the issue, a neighboring house on 3rd Street now drains into my yard, causing substantial increase in water flow during storms, hurricane, or just afternoon storms. This problem also caused standing water in my neighbor's yard at 1670 West Parkway, where it was never a problem before. Despite seeking assistance from the county building inspector and Volusia County Drainage Management, both have failed to provide a solution, insisting that this issue is my responsibility. I firmly believe that this is unfair and unsafe. The standing water against my home poses a serious risk of flooding and damage to my foundation, and it is imperative to address this problem before it escalates. I kindly request your assistance in finding a solution to prevent potential damage to my property. Your help would be greatly appreciated. And I have a little video to show you. So this is my backyard. This is the new house that they're building next to me, which is 2 feet higher than my house. This is my yard. I had my fence taken down to have try and alleviate some of this issue. This house right there, all the water from their yard comes into mine. And this is what my yard looks like. I can't get my lawn guy back here to get it mowed. I can't let my dog out here for very long just to do her business. That's it. All this water has been standing here for days and days. Excuse me. And days. It's been 5 days since Tropical Storm Debbie came through. And now I have standing water up against my house right here. Look, you can see the water right here. And I've lived here for 19 years. I've never had this issue before with the water standing like this. It's in my... Thank you.
Thank you. Gary, is it Loftmiller? I came pretty close.
thank you first and foremost. As you mentioned, my name's Gary Loftmiller. I live in the Glenwood area. I believe we would all agree that there is nothing more unsightly than people leaving couches, mattresses, and other furniture on the side of the road rather than taking these to the dump. Oftentimes, these are left in areas where no garbage service is done or along paths and scenic areas. I've often wondered why anyone would do this. Why destroy and litter your own community? A few weeks ago, however, I believe I found the answer. We recently renovated a few rooms in our house and had an old desk, a shelf, and a cabinet to dispose of. As I've done in the past, I loaded these onto a trailer and headed to the West Volusia transfer station. During my trip, I passed 2 dump sites on Grand Avenue. Upon arriving at the transfer station, I was asked what I had to drop off. I informed the attendant that it was old furniture, and he informed me that because it was in a quote-unquote dump trailer, the waste is considered as demolition debris, and I would therefore not be allowed to dump this material at this location. I was rerouted to Tomoka landfill, almost 20 miles away, this after driving almost 15 miles to get to the transfer station. At the Tomoka facility, I was routed to the top of a very large hill of waste. If it had not been for four-wheel drive, we would have gotten stuck in the soft and saturated mulch layer somewhat covering the garbage. In places, we had to drive over sharp metal pieces and nails sticking out of the waste. Upon leaving the facility after dumping only 720 pounds, I asked the attendant where I would dispose of a couch or a mattress as opposed to a desk. She confirmed I should have been able to do that at the West Volusia transfer station. However, the current policy is to divert commercial loads from this facility to Tomoka. It was the trailer, not the waste, that required the hassle I went through this day. I am not a contractor. I've never used a dump trailer before. In fact, I own a small trailer and I have a pickup from which I could have delivered the load. If I had not done this, I could have dropped this furniture as anticipated at the facility near the fairgrounds, saving myself hours of time, money, and fuel, and potentially 4 flat tires. The only mistake I made was borrowing a quote-unquote dump trailer from a friend. So again, I ask, why would anyone ever dump a couch or a mattress on the side of the road? The answer, because ridiculous policies and bureaucratic apathy on the part of the Solid Waste Division throws the burden of keeping the community clean on citizens who are trying to do the right thing, rather than on employees to take a minute to think and assess the actual waste being disposed of. If I had thrown the desk on the side of the road, my troubles would have been over. Volusia County would have eventually sent someone to pick up the unsightly waste. In summary, I don't believe these policies incentivize citizens to do the things the right way. If I had been hauling old paint, cleaning chemicals, or hazardous waste, I would not have been directed to the top of a steaming pile of crap just because it was a quote-unquote dump trailer. I should not have been forced to take this furniture to this location under the same logic. I ask that this council consider how the arbitrary policies and apathetic attitudes of solid waste administrators and staff be evaluated and corrected as needed. The easier it is to legally and correctly dump waste, the less garbage we will see littered on our beautiful county. Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A couple of things. One, Aero, the French company that's building the hangar out at the airport, is looking to site either Flagler or Volusia County, the airport here. The paper says we have offered up to $500,000, and Flagler's offered $5 million. I know you all are very fiscally conservative. However, it takes money to make money. I'm asking that we evaluate that $500,000 to make sure that we get this facility. The jobs alone would be worth it. The ability to bring in other airlines would be worth it. So I'm asking you to take a look at that and make sure that we can compete dollar for dollar and location for location with Flagler. Secondly, with the Narcan, I know she wants it in Dolphin Park. I've worked for 20 years to clean up Dolphin Park. The homeless were sleeping there. They were leaving their trash around. Yes, there were people doing drugs there. It is not that way any longer. I do not wish you to bring it back. If you put the Narcan dispenser there, it will attract those people, and then it starts all over again. I'm asking you to be very careful where you put this Narcan. Third, we were supposed to have a meeting on reefs, offshore reefs. We'd like to know when we're going to have that. I think it's important. We are now into hurricane season. Knock on wood, we've missed it. 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. Who knows what's going to happen the rest of the season. So it is terribly important that we protect our beach side. It's important to protect the property owners. If we can prevent their walls, their insurance, because insurance at this point is ridiculous. People are just dropping insurance, period. So I'm asking you to have that meeting, and let's take a really good look at saving them. And lastly, you've seen this time and again for the last 5 years. Everybody comes before you and says, we're going to keep all of our water on site. Well, look at those two houses. There's no way that they're keeping water on site. There's the house, the land around it, it slopes into the neighbors' yards. So I'm asking you to take a look at this very carefully. She's not the first person. People I've heard of for years are now complaining about water in their property in LPGA, Margaritaville even, and they're just opening. So I think we need to take a look at it to see if we are doing all that we can do for the neighbors of where we develop. We're going to develop. We need to develop, but we need to develop wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes public comment for this part of the meeting. So I'll move to item 1, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion to approve by Councilman Johansson, second by Councilman Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved 7-0, which brings us to the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull for discussion or a vote? Seeing
Chairman, motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Second.
have a motion to approve as proposed by Vice Chair Kent. The second was by Matt Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the consent agenda as it's laid out, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved 7-0. Vice Chair Kent, would you like to say anything about that?
George, great job yet again. Keep knocking it out of the park.
Brings us to item 3, presentation of the Volusia County Medical Examiner, District 7. Mark Swanson.
Good afternoon, council members. Mark Swanson, Public Protection Director. Item number 3 is a presentation of the annual report for the medical examiners, and Dr. Fulcher is here to present that report to us.
We have my presentation. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, council, for having me. I appreciate it. So next slide, please. Today I have great news. Today you are living in a county that is fully accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners. This is an accreditation that was a long time coming. It took the support of this council to do that. It took the support of this county to do that. So I thank you. We achieved the accreditation in the summer, so it took almost exactly 5 years to do. We definitely needed the building. This really represents an external validation and evaluation of our policies, procedures, staffing, quality assurance. Everything was scrutinized to a very high degree during this inspection. So I guess they're moving me along. So this is the disclaimer for the annual report. We do not take jurisdiction over every person that dies. We investigate unnatural, unexplained. We investigated about 25% of deaths that occur in the county. And then we also did almost 6,000 cremation reviews, which are a more limited evaluation. If someone is going to be cremated, my office has to sign off on it as a non-natural death. Obviously, if someone is injured or murdered, we don't want them being cremated before I look at the body. That's the whole point of that. So in summary, we actually evaluate almost 3/4 of the fatalities in this county, which is an excellent benchmark. Very, very, very good. Most states, that's going to be under 20-30%. So we're really doing very well there. Next slide. The executive summary. I'm told I have a short amount of time here. Cases are largely unchanged. The good news, I do have very good news, overdoses are down about 10%. The big player there is still fentanyl. Nothing's changed. I will say we're getting a few more designer drugs floating around. Some have gone, some have come. But in a general sense, overdoses are down. Motor vehicle collisions are down. Motor vehicle collision-related fatalities are down slightly. Homicides are down. Suicides are up, unfortunately, for last year. I don't want to alarm anybody. I know there'll be questions. 2022 was just an abnormally low year. So we're basically back up to our normal baseline. We've been running at 120 for a decade or so, and we just dropped in 2022 for some reason. I don't know why. Now it's back up in 2023. Turnaround time is still excellent. External benchmarks are 60 and 90 days, so we're at 20. Cremation approvals are slightly down. That's largely due to an overall decrease in mortality due to COVID and other things. So, next slide. You can see the jurisdiction largely unchanged. Next slide. Cases by manner. The vast majority of cases we're looking at are accidents, both two things, accidental overdoses, and then older persons that fall and break something. That's very, very common in this county. Homicides are a very small number. The suicides, as you can see, in kind of the gray color, and then the naturals, those cases are cases we do an autopsy on or some sort of investigation to rule out trauma, basically. Next slide. Once again, overdoses are down slightly. We went from 335 down to 303. That's good news. Once again, I would point out we're not at our pre-COVID baseline yet. We've still got a ways to go, but things are getting better. So there's improvement, just not as much as I think we would like. Next slide. Once again, overdoses are still trending upward in age. This pie chart starts at teenagers from 10 to 19. We had 2. And you can see there's a huge, large population that kind of comes up in the 30 to 40 range and then even goes into the almost 60 years of age. 60 years of age on this chart ends between the blue and the green. That should be shocking to everyone. Next slide. In fact, our average age is now, it was 45 years of age the last time I spoke to you. The average age of an overdose in this county is now 50. 50 years of age. That's the average. A lot of people above that are overdosing. It's shocking. Once again, fentanyl, the biggest player. What we see mixed with fentanyl, this number is over our total because people take multiple different things. In this county, if you buy drugs on the street, no matter what your drug dealer tells you you're getting, you're almost certainly getting fentanyl and methamphetamine, sometimes cocaine, sometimes all three, but almost certainly fentanyl and methamphetamine. The other compounds are present at much lower concentrations and rates. Next slide. There we are, 50 years of age. 67 of our overdoses are over the age of 40. 9% actually were under 30, which is kind of shocking. And then this is not surprising, 70% male. Pretty much all medical examiner work has a male bias with risk-taking behavior, violence, and whatnot. So we usually do about 3/4 of our cases are men. Next slide. MVAs are down, so that's also good news, down from 142 down to 132. Next slide. Almost done. This is the chart I show you every year. Once again, not at our baseline for overdoses, but making progress. So that is good. And I believe that's, a couple more things. I told you I'd be an educator when you hired me. I've continued to do that. The new building excels in that. I've had 30 Daytona State detectives or trainees come through. I've had the sheriff's office trainees come through. It's a fantastic educational facility. And this is just a small list. I've been to local high schools. I brought them in for tours. They're not seeing autopsies, obviously, but brought them in for tours, so it's going well. And I think that's it. In summary, fully accredited, huge milestone, beating all benchmarks. New building is outstanding. I can tell the inspector had nothing bad to say at all. We basically almost got a perfect score. We had like a 99 percentile on the inspection. She wouldn't give us that last point, but that was not necessarily us. Let's just say that. So the building was great, though. Passed with flying colors. And that's all I have. Sorry I took a little too long.
It's all right. It looks like you've got some questions or discussion. We'll start with Councilman Santiago.
Just a quick question. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
Do we track pedestrian homicides?
Like pedestrian versus motor vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, I can do that. I don't have that, but I can absolutely get that data for you, absolutely. It is tracked. I don't have it
Okay.
committed to memory.
Yeah, next time, or you get it staffed. The reason I asked that, because I remember reading an article maybe about a year or two ago that said Volusia was considerably higher in that category versus other counties. So.
Yeah, we do have some. I can look at the data and get that to you. We see them. I will tell you generally. I don't know exactly the percentage, but a lot of those pedestrians are intoxicated.
Gotcha.
So that works both ways. I can tell you usually, because I ask, there's a crosswalk nearby that someone doesn't use because they're intoxicated. So that happens a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Fulcher, a couple of things. First of all, congratulations on the accreditation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And thank you for taking what George said to heart about going through with your presentation expeditiously, because we're well read. We got this report. We were able to go through it. But I appreciate you taking the time to go through each slide and kind of share some information, not only with us, but for the listening audience as well. I thoroughly enjoyed our visit last year when we spent some time together. You're extremely knowledgeable, and there's no doubt in my mind you're the right man for the job. As far as the fentanyl overdose deaths, I appreciate you thinking that we're going to get that back down before pre-COVID levels. I don't know, I mean, maybe you can explain to this council how that happens until somebody puts the squash on this fentanyl coming across our borders.
Yeah, that has to happen.
And these drug dealers cutting it.
Right.
Because, one takeaway, I hope anybody that's in the audience listening or those online, you said basically 100% of all drugs on the street are cut with fentanyl. And it is frightening. It should scare every parent.
It should. Yeah.
It should scare. And then you look at the numbers, 40, 50-year-olds, and I think when we talked, it's white males.
Absolutely,
is the number one group of people that are doing these recreational drugs and never waking up. It is a sobering statistic, and I'm glad that you're bringing it to light. So I'm going to be done in 30 seconds, and then I want you to touch on that fentanyl piece about if we can get it below pre-COVID levels. I don't see how unless the feds step up their game and put the squash on these illegal drugs coming across our border. And the second thing I want you to talk about is tell us how great this new building is for your efficiency and effectiveness.
Sure.
And thanks for that educational program you're doing with these students, because it's actually helping you get the cream of the crop of employees as well, if my memory is right. Thank you.
Okay. Answer his questions first, right? Okay. So the fentanyl thing, you're right. It's enforcement. It's keeping it away from the country. This is based on the DEA's information. This is largely produced in China, India, smuggled across our southern border. That does have to happen. There's no question. Enforcement's important. Prosecution's enforcement. My office is happy to assist in the testimony for overdoses if that is needed. We have done that. That is not a problem at all. I also believe that education is important, and then also harm reduction acts. I think that was just brought up. Narcan does help. I'm working actually with Mr. Reinhardt on the Recovery Friendly Workplace Alliance, and they're talking about the same type of fentanyl thing. I'm sorry, the fentanyl with the Narcan devices. So I can tell you as a medical provider, there's no negative to Narcan, and I'm not sure that I agree that the presence of the antidote attracts people to an area. My understanding is most of these people are, if it's there, that's great, but they're going to do the drugs where they get them. It's kind of we see people deceased everywhere in very strange places. And I think the answer to the question is always, that's just where they got the drug. And then they did it almost immediately when they were in private. That's where they are. That's what we do there. As far as the county, I think we're doing what we can. I think the programs Mr. Reinhardt and I are in are very valuable. His association with corrections has been huge. Getting those people careers after being released is a massive thing. And I think we're going to make some progress on that. So, you know, if we can whittle this down 10% every year, it's going to take 4 or 5 years to get back, but it's going to be a process. As far as the building, it's incredible. Efficiency is excellent. The Lodox machine you bought me is something now we're doing as a standard protocol. The inspector was impressed we had it. It makes triaging cases very effective. It allows us to have the bandwidth as medical examiners to do the education I told you I would do. I would have never, ever, ever brought in 25 Daytona State students in the Criminal Justice Academy into that autopsy suite in the old space. It would have been a disaster, and you all know that very well. The new space is exceptional. There's nothing bad that can be said about it. It's been copied. People are asking for the plans. I know we've distributed the plans across state lines and also the countries, in fact.
Thank you, Dr. Fulcher. And, you know, just like having your expertise and your fingerprints on it, like when you showed me in the new building the 2 separate waiting areas for the families that we didn't have at our old medical examiner's office. But, you know, it's not always a situation where 2 different families can be in the same room.
No,
and just
not.
things like that, you know, that you put your fingerprints on to make us better and to help people during some of the worst times of their life. Thank you.
Very welcome. Thank you.
You're not done.
I know. I'm not done.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you. Hey, thanks, Doc. It was a great presentation. I also appreciate the time you spent with the younger kids, the Port Orange South Daytona civic leadership, and keep that up. I'd like to see that number of 2 down to 0, but I'm glad it's not the youth that are the preponderance of deaths. Do you see any way you can impact that 30 and above death rate by education somehow, other than the program that you and Mr. Reinhardt and a bunch of other people are working on?
Yeah. The question is, can I impact that middle-aged bracket, kind of my age bracket? And I'm not really sure how you get to that population. You know, they have careers, jobs. It's kind of awkward to reach out to that population. I think the program that Mr. Reinhardt and I are working on is the logical choice, because these are people that have already shown they have a predilection to addiction. Right. So I think that's the high-yield place to start. So I guess I would go back to that population. And while this sounds awful, and I never have good news about overdoses, you know, the vast majority of 40-year-olds in this county are not doing drugs, obviously. So you have to get that very select population, and I think these programs work for that. They really do. And I think just education as far as, you know, media blasts about what we're seeing in the community. Public relations can talk to them about what you're buying on the street in Volusia County.
I'd like to ask probably a politically charged question. Any talk in your professional association about the effects of legalized marijuana versus non-legalized marijuana, and how the, you know, by legalizing it, are we making people that age group safer, or is it going to be equally as bad? Based on what your community is
so
saying.
my peer group doesn't have an official stance on legalized marijuana or medical marijuana. In my world of forensic pathology, marijuana might contribute to fatality, but it never really completely drives it. I guess if your choice is marijuana versus fentanyl, that's an easy choice, but I would be fearful that marijuana might lead to additional substances, particularly if it's bought, obviously, illicitly. And I suppose if it's monitored, maybe that would help, but I can't be sure.
No statistical data from the community, though.
No, my community has stayed away from that.
Got it. Thank you.
Wisely.
Thank you.
Two things, Doc.
Yes.
Councilman Dempsey, go ahead.
Thank you. First, kind of following in the wake of what Jake brought up, is it fair to say that a lot of street-level marijuana that's purchased illegally, obviously, is laced with fentanyl unknowingly to the purchaser?
Some of it can be. It's difficult for us to know exactly. We do have people that come into our office that the family swears they only smoke marijuana.
Right.
And then they have fentanyl, methamphetamine, and whatever. But once again, I'm getting this information secondhand. I can tell you exactly what's in the decedent, but I can't tell you exactly how they got it.
Okay.
So I would assume, based on the stories we hear, yes, some of it is spiked.
Have you heard stories of people buying medicinal marijuana from a dispensary, overseen by the
Right.
state? Have you ever heard of them purchasing marijuana which was laced with fentanyl?
I have not heard that. no.
Okay. So kind of, I don't know if Jake was bringing that up as a segue drug, marijuana leading to a fentanyl addiction. In my experience, it might somehow contribute to less accidental fentanyl overdoses of laced marijuana.
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Anytime you eliminate an illicit substance, I think you decrease the risk of bad things being added in. So that's a possibility, yes.
And is that more prevalent these days, like that cocaine is laced with fentanyl or marijuana is laced with fentanyl?
Everything you buy, despite whatever it is described as by the street side dealer, usually has fentanyl in it as its main ingredient. Fentanyl is significantly easier to smuggle. If you smuggle a portion of fentanyl the size of a deck of cards, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of doses, as opposed to cocaine, where you may have several hundred. So from the perspective of the cartel and the illicit drug trade, fentanyl is an incredibly attractive substance. And the one thing I will tell you is, at least based on what we understand from families and dealers, is that, I mean, the dealer truly, the street side dealer truly believes what they're being told, or at least they think they are, but they're not running mass spec laboratories. They have no idea what they're selling. So, good question.
And it's fair to say that fentanyl leads to a better high than just straight marijuana.
Oh, a very different high. Yeah, we're talking about an opiate versus THC. So a very different high with an incredibly more toxic risk profile, for sure. The fentanyl cases we see, the overdoses, almost fit a very standard pattern. In fact, we had a case recently where people, when they overdose on fentanyl, just collapse, respiratory suppression. And the way they collapse to a medical examiner is very telling. We can look at the body at the scene and say, that's suspicious for fentanyl. And we brought one in the other day just because of that.
So I'll ask you this question. You may not want to answer it, but do you think legalization of recreational marijuana may cause less accidental fentanyl deaths?
I think that is a possibility. However, I'm not sure with states that have borne out the legalization that it has really done. I'd have to do the research. So I don't really know. I would point out that I'm from Virginia, and Virginia has a very novel solution to the thing. They make people grow their own plants, so they know exactly where it's coming from. So every person of legal age can grow a certain number of plants that they maintain, and it's on them, and then it cuts out all the middlemen and all the commercialism except for the seeds, which are expensive. It's an interesting solution. I don't know what the Virginia statistics say, but to me that might make more sense potentially than a whole conglomeration of a commercial operation.
Secondly,
it's an interesting idea.
I hope you'll indulge me on this. I just want to share with everybody up here, because I'm around the criminal bar on a daily basis, and your reputation in both the prosecution and the defense bar is phenomenal. I've been here 34 years. I've experienced different issues with the medical examiner's office and heard different issues, but you have hit the top bar. They know you're an incredible witness. You do a stellar job instructing or testifying, telling the jury about issues with the ME's office, and you have a wonderful, wonderful reputation.
Thank you.
In the criminal justice
I
system.
really appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
And your responses are proving one of the reasons why. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Excellent job. Excellent presentation. I could actually sit there and listen to you. So for hours. As far as a teacher, you have to be phenomenal.
Thank you.
And I was very excited to hear how everything that you told us you would do, you have done.
Yes,
The
sir.
accreditation, hiring the extra doctors, equipping appropriate staff, keeping those staff levels up, the adjustment in the hours for the workplace environment. And then to top it off, your involvement in what you mentioned, with the Volusia Alliance Recovery and the workplace opioid issue that we spearheaded, and that's got legs. And I believe that the job fair issue will be a big proponent to assisting with that. So in answer to your question of whether or not we can find ways, and Mr. Kent can we find ways to reduce it, I think that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
But I also think it also has to do with getting out to the community as well. Now, you mentioned about the laced issue with the fentanyl, and I know that you were referring to marijuana.
Right.
I'm not going to give you that gotcha question.
Okay, good.
So,
Thank you.
but like Don did.
Okay.
But my story and the fact that we now believe that when my brother passed away from a fentanyl overdose, and I wasn't surprised at the age group that you referred to because he was 63. He was looking for, they found the opioid in his system in addition to the fentanyl. So he was probably looking for something to alleviate the pain. At least that's my thought, and I'm sticking with it. So, but I wasn't surprised by the age brackets because we're seeing more and more of that even here locally with
Absolutely.
that. So thank you very much for your efforts in that, and I hope we have a lot of success. I do have one question.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago asked the question of whether or not pedestrian data was available. When that's obtained, could we also, is there a way of doing it by zone, by area?
Yeah. I can
I'm
make
kind of
that
curious,
happen.
because I know FDOT has launched a very aggressive campaign with zero deaths in the pedestrian and whatnot, and I know we have a lot of those areas over in the Daytona Beach area.
Yeah.
A1A,
Yeah.
I see it every day as I'm driving down that way.
Your
So
district will be well represented.
I
in
would
that
imagine.
number.
I would imagine. So thank you, and thank you very much for all you've done.
I will do
Phenomenal
that.
work.
I would. Can I circle back to something you said? Something Mr. Reinhardt said that was important. We talked about beating this problem in this age bracket. When you get the criminal record, it's kind of this self-fulfilling prophecy that getting a job is difficult, at least getting a good job. So we've talked about that, how the options are limited for some of these very talented people because of several bad mistakes they've made. So getting employers to work with people and be a little more flexible really is a big thing, and that's one of the drives that we're hoping to do, because it's a catch-22. You can't win because you've got a criminal record, but you want a job. Well, they won't talk to you because of the record. So it's tough. That's it. Oh, sorry.
Just, I'm going to try and stay away from the gotcha question, but
Okay.
I'm going back to marijuana.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there's any medical evidence or scientific evidence. We hear a lot in the public that marijuana is a gateway drug, and I'm wondering is there any medical evidence or scientific evidence that marijuana itself leads somebody to want other drugs, or is it perhaps that the gateway is really the drug pusher who has lots of other drugs and is offering them to people? And if you like this high would even be better. Do you see any evidence? You talk to the families.
Yeah, I would say the second part there, the availability of other drugs from the same person is a huge issue. Yes. I'm not aware of any data that says that if you use marijuana, you are at increased risk of doing other drugs. It certainly may exist, but I'm not aware of it. So I think your point's well made that having to buy the marijuana from a person that has other substances available is a problem.
It's
Yes.
certainly a gateway.
Yeah, it would be, absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm not gonna push you any more on that. I just want to say you've heard a lot of you've gotten lots of pats on the back. Incredibly well deserved. We are very fortunate to have you here. You're a tremendous hire. I don't know how we found you. There's not many
National
people.
search.
There's not many people that do what you do.
There aren't.
And there's not enough to go around, and we got the very best here. What you've done in 5 years with that facility, not only does it make us look good, but it's serving the public well, it's serving law enforcement well, and you're just you've given us a gold star.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it.
I do
Everything that you do. I
appreciate your
think this whole council appreciates the
with
work
me.
you do. So I don't see anything else.
Danny's not in it.
Anybody else?
All right, thank you. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Can I get a motion to approve the presentation?
Motion to approve presentation, Johansson.
Second.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, and the first second came from Matt Reinhardt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you're approved 7-0. Continue to do good work for us.
County Council and Staff, Mark Swanson, Director of Public Protection. Item number 4 is the renewal of the medical director's contract. In 2019, the council approved the contract for Dr. Fulcher for a period of 5 years through September 30th of 2024, with the option of renewal for additional 5-year term. So we're back today. We request approval for amendment number 4, which includes the extension of the contract for 5 additional years through September 30th of 2029. The cost for the contract is $3,080,721.89, which includes a 3.5% increase for this year. Seeking approval.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fulcher. Are you feeling a little nervous now? After everything that was just said, Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I think everything was just said. I think in the last update, everything that you've been able to accomplish, promises were made, you kept them up. It's appreciated. I think it's definitely, we're state of the art.
Yeah,
we are. And we stand above everybody else. So motion to approve the extension of the contract.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve. The contract is given by Matt Reinhardt, and the second was from Jake Johansson. And for discussion or questions, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Dr. Fulcher, I'll just tell you, I was prepared to make the motion and or second it.
Thank you.
But I also wanted you to know I questioned that 3.5% increase behind the scenes. I sent George my list of questions, and that was one of them.
Okay.
I'm not going to go into detail with it because I think it's warranted.
Thank you.
I just wanted you to know that
Okay.
it wasn't just for me. I don't think for anybody, but I can't speak for anybody but myself. I want my constituents to know this was not a rubber stamp. This is the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
And by the way, and you've heard it from everybody up here, thus far, the business you're doing is a wonderful thing for this community. It wasn't always like that. Things were not going well. And I commend George Rechtenwald because you said it with that national search. And that's, George and I, we've had a couple of disagreements, but one thing I continue to pat him on the back about is he knows how to put the right people in the right positions. And I'm just going to say, you talked about, Virginia. Don't go back to Virginia. Just stay right here in this beautiful state, in this beautiful county.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
No, I will. I'll stay here. I promise. And if you ask, it's all physician labor and just expenses, toxicology, everything. The national average is we still are lacking about 50% of our workforce on the medical examiner side, the doctors.
Wow.
You can't. It takes after college. It takes 9 years to make a medical examiner, potentially 10. So there's this time lag. So we'll be dealing with a shortage for the foreseeable future. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor to approve the budget by Councilman Reinhardt, second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the budget is passed 7-0.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And that brings us to item 5, the Advertising Authority budget. Who's going first? The HA Board.
Greetings. I'm Lori Campbell Baker, the Executive Director for the Halifax area. Advertising Authority, doing business as the Daytona Beach Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. I have set the 3-minute clock because we are going to be super short. Before I start, I want to, the next slide, please. I want to talk just for a minute to your audience. Is that me? Oh, okay. About how we're funded. We are not part of the ad valorem tax. We are funded by the 3% bed tax. So when people stay overnight, 3% goes to tourism funding, tourism marketing, and another 3% goes to paying down the bonds on our ocean center. So it's very exciting. Through our collective work, we get over 10 million visitors every year, and they spend a lot of money, $5.4 billion in our community. I want to introduce 3 board members. Sandra Boone, John Phillips is here, and Johnny McGill, and also our staff, our leadership team, Kay Galloway, Andrew Booth, and Chuck Rhimes. Next slide, please. I'm going to go real quickly into what we're doing for marketing. We're continuing the Beach On campaign. It's being very successful. It's got a lot of legs. We're having a lot of fun with it. We're going to add to this a digital content creator this year. Content is king. We shoot a lot of it. We need more and more to feed those channels. Under sales, we have a director of sales who sells the faith-based market. She would be here with us today, but she's out selling. So they're looking at faith-based. They're working on sporting groups, associations, and we're putting an extra special focus on corporate and incentive as well. In terms of international markets, we've got representation now in the UK. We're adding representation in Canada. And of course, we're still nurturing that Brazilian market. Under communications, more travel writers, more influencers, more ways to have people come to our area, tell their authentic stories, and send that message out into the world. And in order to get that done, next slide, please, collaboration is key. So we collaborate with the, I think they're here, the airport team, the Ocean Center team, huge collaboration there between the teams, and then of course with Debbie and Georgia. These are some of our collaterals on the left, countywide assets that we promote to everyone, and we share them locally as well so that people, our ambassadors, can get the word out for us. And that is all I got, and I still have 12 seconds to go.
Well done.
I just want to say thank you in my 10 seconds for all of your support over the years, for the things that you're doing, your dog beaches, your sporting facilities. Those are things we can talk about and give us something fresh. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. Obviously, yours is the biggest budget of the 3, so I look at all 3, but that one I kind of hone in because the numbers attract you a little bit more. But I wanted to ask you if you can give this council some more insight. First, let me lay the foundation. I like that on your slide 5-06, the one right before this. There you go. I like that we have at least an image of the partnership with Avelo. As you probably have seen, this council has made significant investments in our airport. And we've just recently announced some new additions, some new locations that we're flying to. Can you please tell me what is your agency doing to help promote those markets? Specifically, if you can give me some specifics, that'd be helpful.
Absolutely. So we include all of the flight schedules on the website, in our messaging, in our social media. We use their social and we push that forward. We're amplifying their message. We have $150,000 in this current year budgeted. We use $50,000 of that for Avelo. In the budget that we're talking about approving today, and again, $150,000, we have meetings set up with the airport team in Daytona Beach and with Breeze and Avelo to talk about how they want to market that. As you know, the airport team here under Cyrus and Karen and Joanne market to our locals, and it's super important that our locals use these flights. We go into those areas and we market to people coming to this area. So they go that way, we go this way, and we work very closely together to make that messaging happen.
You said 150,000. Was it 150,000 last year also?
Yes.
And what was the other 100,000 used for? You said you used 50 for a
You didn't use it.
So it was unspent.
Unspent under
Carryover.
that, yeah.
Okay, carryover. And what markets are we? Can you elaborate a little bit more on what we're doing in the specific markets? And I tell you where my motive is. Right, we need all hands on deck with real serious commitments to this airport. I'm not saying you are. And that's what I'm trying to get to see if maybe we can be enhanced. We're making significant investments as a council, and I want to make sure that our partners are doing the same thing. So I want to be certain, because we approve your budget, so we still have authority on this budget, folks, just to let you know. Unless I'm wrong, staff can correct me. That is correct. I'm correct. So we have some authority over this budget, but my commitment to this airport is I think I've said it several times, so it's not a surprise. That and what happens along the east side are the economic engines to this county. So my motive is to make sure that in those markets that we're doing everything we can. I know social media is social media, but what other physical presence are we doing in those markets?
So we're running digital ads. We have not yet sat down to talk about how we're going to add that messaging in. We haven't yet had that conversation with your team or with Breeze, just so you know.
Okay.
So there is a plan coming forward. But yes, we are absolutely committed to the airport because it helps us more than just on the leisure side of the business. We have, because we knew that Breeze is adding a Raleigh-Durham flight, we've just joined an association in North Carolina, and our director of sales has already committed to trying to pull meeting planners down in order to help fill the Ocean Center, help fill those meetings hotels. So yes, we are already strategizing, but this is a new project. We're not there yet. There are markets that we have digital ads already running in, but we are still finding out what our strategy is going to be. We are 100% committed to this airport because it means so much to us when we're trying to book business. People a lot of times don't realize that there's an airport here in Daytona Beach in Volusia County. They get very excited about that. When they hear more flights are coming in, that's good for all of us.
Good. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple more questions for you, though. Mr. Chairman, if I could, because I want to drill down a little bit more on the destination stuff, but I don't have the answer yet. So I'd like to ask Cyrus a question about our destinations, if I may bring them up.
Cyrus, come on down. I think this is important.
Good evening, gentlemen of the council, Chair Brower, Mr. Santiago. Absolutely, pleasure.
Thank you, Cyrus. How many destinations do we have that are going to be flying and are currently flying out of Daytona?
Okay, so right now, well, ultimately, I would say that we've taken destinations, and I'll go back. I'll do some numbers in my head here. Since 2021, we've gone from 2 markets to where we are now. Once the service starts, we'll be at 20 markets. So we've increased by 1,000% since 2021. So what we will have come November is the Westchester market, in addition to what we already have with Delta going to Atlanta, with American going to Charlotte. Then we have the Avelo service going to New Haven and Hartford, Connecticut in November as well. And then in February, we'll have the other 3 markets, Raleigh-Durham, we'll have the Providence, Rhode Island, and then we'll have the Hartford, Connecticut service on Breeze as well.
Wow, I did not know that all. So, and I'm sure it came across, but I didn't know it was that
Wilmington,
many.
yes, thank you, Suzanne. And yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't speak about Wilmington, who was with us when the Avelo service started, but they have returned and they will be back in service in November as well.
Thank you for that. And I know some of these markets recently came to notice, right? So not everybody knew that this was in play when people were creating budgets, probably you and your partners. And
We knew we had something fabulous. We did. We did.
I relayed a ton of teasers to Lori and her team.
Okay,
so, yeah,
okay.
we've been in negotiation for quite some time.
And I know some of my other colleagues have questions, but I'll just say this to my colleagues on the council. I'll yield for more questions. I had more, but I'll yield to you guys. But I want to have conversation at the end of questions, Mr. Chair. I think 150,000 is too low. We are now a market that is on the spotlight, not only across this nation, but airlines are seeing what we're doing here. So I want to have some dialogue at the end, Mr. Chair, about that $150,000 commitment. So with that, I yield, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Councilman Santiago, I publicly just want to say thank you. I appreciate you dialing down into this, because if not now, when? And I think it's an extremely appropriate conversation to have together as an elected body. So I'm also anxious to hear what you're going to say whenever you get back to your questions. And Cyrus, it's it's obvious you're a council favorite. You know, you have done wonderful things in the short tenure we've been together. But it wasn't lost on me when you told me how much visitors spend when they fly in here as opposed to driving in here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was like 3 to 1, the numbers. Is that close?
Yeah. So on average, those visitors when they come in, apologize. On average, those visitors when they come in, when they fly into our market, they're going to stay anywhere between 4 and so they're going to be staying in our hotels, of course, unless they have family situations
Sure.
or other opportunities. But if they're coming to our area, they're staying in our hotels.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And then just my last piece, council, that I had, and I'm appreciative, to look at this Halifax Area Advertising Authority 2024-25 marketing plan, and I look all through it. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say, you mentioned it, Ms. Campbell-Baker, but I would have loved to have seen a section in there about the dog-friendly section of the beach. Really, just because there are people that they don't travel unless they can have their pets with them. And we've heard people come up and tell us they didn't stay in our area because our beaches were unwelcomed for well-behaved dogs and well-behaved owners to walk their dogs. And I'm just putting it out there. I'd love to see that in the future. Thank you.
If I could just say, and thank you for the conversation before this meeting as well. The dog-friendly beach has gone over well, and we do promote it, and we appreciate it. So thank you. We couldn't put everything in a 3-minute presentation, but we certainly tried.
That's true. Let me ask you, on the dog-friendly beach, we have a lot of dog-friendly hotels. Do you know how many?
I don't off the top of my head, but I can get that information for you.
I think there's quite a few. It surprised me when I first heard it. So I think this is important.
Yeah.
And I knew that you were promoting it, and I'm glad that you are. I want to go back to the questioning that Councilman Santiago was pushing at, because I would like to hear from the council on this. I agree with him that I would like to see more than 150. There's an interesting debate in the community: is should you be spending anything out of your advertising budget to help promote airlines? Is that a corporate giveaway? I don't see it that way. I see it that we're promoting the airport, which is now in the best position it's ever been in to compete with the Sanford routes. You already said it, Cyrus, that we bring people here. On the airlines, they rent cars, they stay in motels, they eat in our restaurants, they go to the new aquarium on East ISB. It's a win for the county. I see it as promoting the entire county, but the airport is such an attractive airport to bring people from all over the United States and outside of the United States.
If I could just say, we're thrilled to promote the airport. We're thrilled to follow this guy around and see what he's bringing next. Last year is a perfect example. We budgeted 150. We only spent 50. Okay. So we don't want to have a big line item budget that doesn't get spent, right? But I say this, we have 150 slated for this year, And I've already told him, and I've told Suzanne, if we come to a point where we need more money, I am perfectly happy to get in front of the board and ask them to move money in order to make it happen. That's how excited we are about the airport in this partnership with Cyrus and his team. They're knocking it out of the ballpark. We know that.
They are. Okay, thank you.
But we've just now started running numbers on some of the markets that we're in, and we're spending about $350,000 already in these markets. So what's the message? You know, we haven't even gotten that far, but we're already working toward that. These are good markets.
Thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah. Just to kind of follow up with David here, Cyrus, you know, I think you're doing a wonderful job. I really support your efforts. I think you're the perfect man for the job. You know, I voted against this $1 million guarantee from the county for Avello. How much money they've been in place now for a year, is that right?
They've been in place for a year and 2 months.
Okay. Yep. How much of that million have they taken so far?
So the Wilmington service has they've used their portion of the minimum revenue guarantee. The New Haven service has not. We still have the majority of their portion in. As a matter of fact, we have not touched the New Haven portion of that since November of last year. Okay. So that's one reason why they added an extra flight this summer. So they were doing 3 days a week. And then they've also added that additional market to Hartford, Connecticut, and then brought back the Wilmington service because there was overwhelming requests from the general public to have Wilmington, Delaware, and Daytona Beach reconnected.
Okay, and just because I had this conversation about a week ago, how much have they taken, though, so far out of the $1 million?
So it's about, I want to say, about $500,000 flat, yeah.
Okay, so we've got a 2-year deal with them.
That's
and
correct.
They've already taken half of the pot.
We've already taken half of the pot, but economic development-wise, we've made $6.1 million of impact.
I understand. I mean, I understand this is a gamble that the taxpayers are taking a la our votes that Avello makes, and I hope it does. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I think it's awesome that you got Breeze here.
Yeah.
My fear is what happened to Melbourne. I think Melbourne kicked in $230,000, and Avello took a walk after 7 months, is my understanding.
So this is why this marketing arrangement is so important that we have.
That's what I'm getting to.
That's exactly it.
So my thoughts are, I voted against it, but here we are. They've already taken half of the money. So I don't know if they're thriving or if they're here just to take the other half and then do to us what they did to Melbourne or not. But I do think as long as we've got a pile of money sitting in the tourism pot, that we need to take as much as possible and put it into the airport advertising to make sure that Avello thrives. It's not like we're increasing taxes. Let's take the pot of money that we've got in the advertising budget, and I'm glad you brought it up, David, more than 50, more than 150, whatever we can do to maximize Avello's appeal to their customer base and to attract hopefully more airports the way you brought in Breeze, let's make sure that they don't do to us what they did to Melbourne and just take the money and then run and go to some other airport. So I agree with David. I think we need to really discuss the availability of even more money to get shifted towards Avello in the airport to get more airlines here if possible. So I do think you're doing a great job. I didn't mean to bring that up to embarrass you.
No, not at all.
I'm just trying to make a point.
It's all part of the business, and actually the reason why Breeze is here is because of the success of Avello. You know, we made a calculated risk. We proved a concept. The airlines wanted to see how we would respond to that concept, and right now we're reaping the benefits, having the most destinations that we've had in some time.
Yeah, so. And you've got a hard sell. I mean, it's hard to sell Daytona as an airport hub or even a landing spot. So I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. It's just I don't want to do this again for another $1 million with some other airline. I'd like to see this be a pilot, have it work, and move on to the next Breeze type of arrangement.
You probably won't see another minimum revenue guarantee during my tenure, because I think that was a philosophy that we employed to get the other airlines to take notice in our market. Yes. And as a result of that, we're getting Breeze, and we're having discussions with a few others, and we're going to run out of facilities here before we know it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I hope it works out. I really have all the faith in you. I do. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. And thank you, Don. 'Cause you unpacked my thought process there, right? Because we've made this huge investment. We got to make sure we're putting whatever resources we can if they're successful, so that we don't have to go back to our bucket to try to revive if things go down. So that's what was in my head. I'm going to go back to that point in a second, but I first wanted to ask you, international markets. You said Canada is one of your new focuses. Is that correct? Can you?
Right. Canada has always been our biggest market, but we cannot take for granted that Canada is coming. So we right now have representation in the UK, and we're going to add some Canadian representation to that. We're going to work very closely with the tour operators and travel agents in Canada to bring them here.
And how do we track that?
We track it through the hotels and the number of rooms booked. And I just want to reiterate that point. Everything that we do with ROI, return on investment. What are we spending versus what are we getting? So we look at the dollars that we're spending in the rooms that we're booking. We know that there's an economic impact for things like day trippers coming in. That's awesome. That's not our mission at all. We need to get them to stay overnight, or we're not paying down those bonds on the Ocean Center, and we're not creating dollars to put the message out in other areas.
How long have you had the international program?
For the UK, you mean?
Yeah, or any investment in the international program.
So the UK, we've had representation over 5 years, and I'm not sure. I want to say 7, but I'm guessing.
And what's the ROI been on that so far?
I can get you all of that. I do not have it in front of me.
Okay. All right, thank you. I didn't know we had one, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, this is good. And we work very closely with a corporation called Hat Marketing over in the UK.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know how we're going to handle all of the particular presentations, but I want to suggest, if this board is willing to agree, that on this particular budget request, that we send it back. We send it back. The reason why, if you really look at it, 20 markets, if we stay with $150,000, that's $7,500 a market if you market it in every single market, right? I think it's too important. And I don't know what the number is to tell them. I don't know how they...
So we don't know what the number is either. We literally have not even had that conversation with, for instance, Breeze. We know that they do a lot of digital. Digital doesn't cost as much as other marketing.
Yeah, if I could finish, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And I get that, but I'm not personally satisfied with, well, we'll change the number later on. I like to see things committed early on, so we know basically where we're focusing the dollars. Again, I have nothing against the organization. I think we should send them back and saying, go back and sharpen your pencil and commit some more funds. Do whatever you got to do in your numbers, and come back and say, we're going to allocate this, and this. And I get it that you may not know that on this market, but allocate funds. Work with Cyrus. He knows who's coming. Work with Cyrus. And I want to see some serious numbers behind these markets. It's too important for us to just say, all right, go ahead and figure it out later on. If you need more money, ask for more money. It's our fiduciary responsibility to approve this budget. And it means scrutinizing it sometimes, as uncomfortable as that may feel. But I think you can do it. I really think you can do it. But as an individual council member, I want to see it on paper. What is your plan for these 20 markets? And $150,000 is way too low. That's my thoughts, Mr. Chair, and I don't know how you want to deal with each one. Should I make a motion for this one individually and hear them all out?
Yeah, let me clarify what you're are you suggesting just this budget for Halifax, or all three of the?
You know what? If we can, let's go through all three, see where my colleagues feel on all three, and we'll deal with it at the end. Is that okay?
Okay.
And if we separate them at that point, we can, or if we vote them all in one way, we can too. Okay?
Yes.
Because I have questions for the next one too.
Okay. You're presenting your budget separately from
Correct.
West Volusia or East?
Correct. So my budget has been through all of the subcommittees and the board workshop and the board itself. So I would suggest that you could approve the budget as is, and then I'll take this concept back to the board to move money. If you don't approve the budget, we take the chance of October 1 not having marketing out there. There's a lot of big votes that come up. So I leave that to you, but I wouldn't do it that way, David. I think there's a way to get to where you want to go that involves the approval of our board and a strategy session. Right now, we don't have numbers. I could throw a number. You don't know if that's too much or enough.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Yes.
I appreciate that feedback because I don't want to hurt what you're doing right now. I want to make sure that's not my motive. At the same time, I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that this is a budget that we have a fiduciary responsibility to approve, and to bring it to us with a timeline saying you can't do anything other than approve it because it hurts us later on is very disturbing to me. Otherwise, don't bring it to me. So that may be a procedural thing, just so you know. If I have a say, I'm going to exercise that say, and I hope you guys will too if you want to. So I'm bothered by that. I'm looking at Cyrus because I'm trying to. I don't like. I like concrete things as far as at least. What do we have for them? Yeah.
So right now, the deal that's been negotiated is, of course, with the airport support program that you all approve via the consent agenda right now, for less than daily service, because the services that have been announced by the air carriers are twice weekly. They'll get $150,000 of marketing from the airport. They'll get fee waivers for 2 years, and so that means no landing fees, no.
Oh, Cyrus, let me cut you off for a second. I'm talking about what do we know specifically for certain the markets that we're definitely going to be working in and what we're currently working in?
Yeah,
so the authority could have that information.
Providence, Rhode Island, we already know. White Plains, New York, we already know. Hartford, Connecticut, on 2 fronts, and Raleigh, Durham. We know those markets, yes.
And one question for staff, Mr. Chair. Mike or George, this budget presentation, what is our authority? Is just vote up or down? Can we edit the budget ourselves, or?
Pretty sure it's up or down.
Yeah, it's up or down.
It's an up or
subject to your
down.
approval. So if you.
But let me add this. She's got her staff here. I don't think they've heard this argument before. So this is really good for them. I think they're going to go back and have a really serious conversation. And come back with some changes. So I almost think you've got mission accomplished.
Gotcha. Let me just ask one more question,
Go ahead.
because I think you're probably right. What is your authority as a board to call special meetings or anything like that? Do you have that capability?
Yes, and I would need to get a quorum. So it could happen.
Okay. I'll wait for the other two, Mr. Chair.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, but before you go, Councilman Johansson.
Thank you. I have a quick point. I think the conversation is going in the right direction. I wish we had listened to the other two to find out how much money they're putting toward of their budget toward marketing the airport, which I know they do have line items. I also wish that their budget was, and it probably is, if we really think about it there, Mr. Dyer, that we can line item that one piece and approve the rest. What I'd like to know for all of them, since we're talking about the airport, is if we levied an additional requirement on you, I would hope that you would take it out of fund balance or reserves to make up the difference and not lose any other advertising. However, if you decide not to do that as a board, that you would come back to us and tell us what is going to drop, because I don't want to lose something at the expense of something else without having that ROI discussion. So I want to make sure, for example, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose New York at the expense of Raleigh-Durham if New York's going to give us bigger bang for the buck. So if it comes out of reserves, I want to know the impact of that. And the other point to be made is we have. If you have no clue, we have no clue. Let's find the people who've got a clue and make it. I mean, we make estimates all the time on what we think it's going to be. Let's find out what we think it's going to be. Apparently, we were $100,000 too large last year, or we didn't spend it and we could have. But it sounds like this year is going to be a different year, and if Cyrus can pull more rabbits out of his hat, it'll be even better next year.
We hope he does.
Yeah,
I think he will.
So I'd like to hear the other two, and then see if we can figure out how to line item everything so they can proceed with their budget, save that piece if they can possibly do it.
Okay, I think that's all the questions for you. Thank you. And we'll go to Southeast Volusia. Everybody's rewriting their speech now.
All right, well, thank you. And I want to start by thanking my board, Southeast Volusia, and Donna Ruby, our treasurer, sitting here in the audience with me tonight, and all the staff back at the ranch, Haley, Robin, and Eva. And I will get right into it. I'm most proud this year of our reaccreditation with our global accreditation program with our association. This was 117 different modules from HR, website, you name it, fiscal responsibility, everything, and we got distinction. So I can elaborate more later, but just moving on, that was a huge accreditation for us. I wanted to talk about some media. We just opened the floodgates this year. We had every journalist that wanted to come. You can see here, Charlotte Observer. We brought in people. We try to be on in the markets where there's lift. Cyrus, Joanne, Karen, everyone's been fantastic to work with. Atlanta for the Delta flights. We've got Connecticut, everything else covered. This is just the kind of the top publications. We're working with Garden and Gun Magazine, which works right up the Atlantic coast and Midwest. They've got far reach. We're doing some events with them. October is going to be a fantastic month. We, for the first time, have a restaurant month. It's going to run October 1st through the 31st. We have 18 participating restaurants. We'll have prefixed 3-course meals, $39 or $59. And couldn't be more excited because then it overlaps a staycation program that we have. Many of our properties are getting a little soft. Some of the condos are soft right now. So we have launched a staycation program. We have over a couple hundred different units in the program at discounted rates for people to play in their own backyard. And we met a journalist in Connecticut on one of my 4 trips. I'm leaving tomorrow night on a Velo to do the same. We're doing a media mission this week. And those journalists have actually brought their foodie event, which is a long weekend. It's called Worth Tasting. They're coming in October. So we are stacked up with plenty of paint. We got the Garden and Gun and Art Affair, and we also have Worth Tasting. So October is going to be a month not to miss in New Smyrna Beach. Our partnerships, we're working on a stewardship plan with Leave No Trace. We're working with Wheel the World for accessible travelability. That includes autism, wheelchair seniors, you name it. We've got a lot of hotels participating in that. Key partnerships, I mentioned Daytona Beach, their airport, they're all absolutely fabulous. We work with the Speedway, and we're doing a lot of missions. I think this will be my 5th one now. We're already scouting out Providence, and I'm from the New England area originally. I mean, it's my favorite backyard to go dig into some of the media that I grew up with. So we are working hard to do that in Raleigh, North Carolina as well. The budget you have before you, not too much changing. We're going to finally fill those 2 other positions. Marketing we have there, and that includes a host of things. This current year, because I know the question might come, we had $10,000 on a line item for the airport. We actually have spent about $25,000. I have $50,000 on line item for next year, and I'm sure we'll probably exceed that because we're already working on some of the other lift that Breeze will have. So pie chart, and thank you. I'll answer any questions.
I don't mean to scare you, but the first question is going to be Councilman Santiago.
I love
kind of
tourism.
anticipated that.
I kind of, thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I said multiple times since I've been up here, the economic engine, we have to find ways to continue to fuel that thing. And certainly you're a part of that. Your organizations are a part of it. So,
Absolutely.
which means that as uncomfortable as it might feel, we have to scrutinize it sometimes or praise it when we have to. You already said the number. I think you said 50,000 for
Yes.
the airport from your entity. Do you have the capability of calling your board for a special meeting at any time?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's called a special meeting.
And when is your next scheduled meeting?
September, end of September.
End of September is your next meeting. Okay.
Exact.
So, and your budget also starts October 1st?
Correct.
And you got 2.1 million in reserves, correct?
Correct.
And I know last year one of my colleagues spoke a lot about the reserve
Yes.
amounts. And refresh my memory, as a percentage of your total budget, why is it 2 million?
Well, I feel to be fiscally responsible, it probably should be a little bit more. We've seen pandemics happen, we have hurricanes that happen, we have terrorism, we have everything that could and most likely could happen. So we need to start the year and strong out of the gates. The way the bed tax happens, we are actually starting October with August proceeds, and then November is September, 2 of our slowest months ever. We need to have the reserves, for opportunities that come up in the marketplace or pandemics, or anything else that may happen that might be adverse to the industry. The world is open right now, so I did not increase that reserve this year.
How did you all do during the pandemic?
Actually, we did well because the governor opened the state, but that was not what we were being told by our global associations. They were telling us to be very fortunate that we would even get a penny from our hoteliers because everything was shut down, people were afraid to travel, and they would have to use whatever money they made to probably stay afloat. So
So a pandemic didn't affect you, basically.
well,
I only brought that up because
yeah.
you said that based on your reserve number.
Yeah,
That's the
we
only
were the
reason I
only
said that.
state open at that time, so yes, we
Oh,
did
we still have
very
the same
well.
governor. We have the same governor
Yeah.
next year.
Yeah.
I don't want a pandemic.
He's
I
been
don't
very
want a pandemic.
supportive of tourism. I'm very
Yeah.
appreciative.
Thank you. That's all I have from her, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question for you. So 50,000
Mhm.
on top of her 150, so now we're up to 200,000. Do all three of you collaborate? Do you know when you're spending money advertising what the other two are doing, so
Absolutely.
you can work together and?
Yes,
Okay.
Lori, Georgia, and I meet often, and then we also meet with Cyrus and his team at the airport, and we talk about what we're doing, how we're doing it, and all of that. Obviously, Lori wants to fill her hotels, I want to fill mine, and Georgia wants to fill hers, and that's all fine, because at the end of the day, we don't want anybody leaving Volusia County, right? So we want to get
Right.
them here. And we support the airport 100%. One of the biggest things, too, is that we do have to make the destinations known. New Smyrna Beach has been one of those secret kind of enclaves that we're trying to get out. And, you know, the biggest thing that I hear when I go places is the shark bites, you know? So that's something that we do have to overcome. But, you know, that we spin that the way we should, and that we have clean waters, and we're thankful for that. So, yes,
Good.
we do communicate.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want Georgia to fill her motels as well.
Yes.
So, any other questions? Okay. Georgia.
All right, put 3 minutes on the clock. Really, I just want to talk to y'all about a couple of quick things before we talk about the airport. But anyway, we're just kind of continuing on our tried and true things that we do all the time is promoting our trails. I mean, that's really the big thing, not only our traditional trails, but our Cool Craft Beverage Trail and our other trail that's the Wings of the West Trail. So also we do a lot with arts and culture and with health and wellness. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about probably our newest thing that we're doing. Next. Next. Okay, our new venue promotion is going to be a focus because I told you last year that there's a venue that's come to us and has asked us to co-promote with them, similar to what the Stetson Mansion has done in the past. It's the Northwest Square that's opening right outside of downtown, and they have a budget and are asking us to go with them to some meetings and conventions meetings. So that's going to be a really cool thing. Stetson's also approached us because they're looking more at renting out some of their space. Of course, we've got the center at Deltona and Sanborn Center and, just different places like that. So that's going to be a big part of what we're going to do, and we're kind of changing around our staff a little bit to do that. Then we come up with a lot of creative things to do because we don't have a lot of money, but something that we're doing this upcoming year is called Carvertize, and it's actually branding and wrapping cars that go out for like DoorDash and Lyft and Uber and that kind of thing within because the drive market is a big part of what we do, and we're trying it out in Jacksonville to try to drive business down here in our slower time in December. We also adopted a family this year. A local blogger who has a blog called Walk and Paddle came to us and approached us when she was living in an RV a couple of years ago. We finally gotten her on board, and we renamed her family, which is the Meinhofers. That doesn't really have the same ring as the Westons, so we've named them the Westons. But we're also going to be included on some national and international TV this year on the Discovery Channel with Let's Take It Outside, and also crappie. Crappie's real big for us still, and we're going to have a crappie show that's up in Canada. Next, and as Debbie and Lori both said, we meet with them on a regular basis. They're very kind to us. Here we are in West Volusia, miles away from the airport, and they promote us all the time. But this past year, we took a trip up to New Haven and talked with those folks about what we could best do to work with them. We've done a lot of digital marketing and some different things, but right now in my budget, there's only about $7,500. So, and that's just the way it is. But, same way when you were asking, I'll just go ahead and answer your questions before you ask them. But, we can also come before our board and ask for more. We've done it in the past. And the good news about what we do, David, is just about everything we're doing has a digital aspect, like a Facebook or digital ads and that kind of thing. So it's very easy to be nimble and to move some of this around. We were just talking amongst ourselves a minute ago that we've got a pot, kind of like a pot of money for doing or whatever it is, and really focused it this year, not out of that $7,500, but out of the Facebook account with doing more ads and targeting up in New Haven. And we can see it already. I mean, every day there's 4 or 5, 6 New Haven requests for information. So I think that's working, but, just as far as I think we all are, I mean, it might be coming out of other pots as money as well. So just don't want you to think we're ignoring the airport at all, especially over here, because they take, I'll brag on them all the time, they take good care of us. When you come into the airport, and I've had a lot of people say it before, they know. They see DeBerry Hall, they see, the Stetson Mansion, they see our parks and manatees and all of that. So they know that West Volusia is a part of, what's available here. So anyway, those are my questions. Those are your answers before you ask them.
Great. Councilman Santiago.
You answered one partially, so I got to follow up. You almost got 100%.
Okay, thanks.
Are you capable of calling your board to meet at any time, a special meeting if you so choose?
And luckily I have a board meeting tomorrow.
Do you? Okay, good.
So I can talk with them about this as well.
And I think there's no criticism, Mr. Sheriff, that you don't care for the airport. Neither three of you. I want you to know that.
I knew you didn't mean that. I know it's just a big investment.
Yeah, and it's about making sure that all of our partners are in on it, right? And you are, but I think on a very small, minor amount, and it needs more attention. And that's our job. That's why this budget comes before us to review, so that we can opine and make suggestions. And Mr. Chair, since we're done with the presentations,
let me ask one. I have one question for her.
Mm-hmm.
Sunrail, how important is that to you? You just said you're
That is
you're
important, and that's
really
a part
focused
of
on
our
people driving in, but you also mentioned trails. to
right,
getting
and that is a
people-
part of our trail program, and it has been from within the last couple of years. We've been working with the Evolve that does the marketing for Sunrail to try to bring people, especially into downtown DeLand, and they're very conscious of connecting with the traditional trails, as we call them, the biking trails. There's already been a path that's gone through that Sunrail put together to bring people downtown on bikes. And luckily, we've also got a lot of information out at the Amtrak station and the Sunrail to bring people in, because people were so excited. What else is there to do here? But the downtown is definitely a huge place for people to come, and they've been saying about it for a long time. So I think that's going to do well with Sunrail. But really, that's going to connect a lot of people who might drive back later, or that just may come back later. We think, because they got a taste of it from coming in on Sunrail.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear you say that trails, and especially the microbrewery trails.
Yeah, Cool Craft Summer, last until September 2nd.
Okay. Back to Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, I'm going to move that we table all three of these budgets to be brought back to us in the second meeting of the month of September, which still gives them time to implement in their time for their budget cycle, with the direction to the boards that they need to reevaluate their commitment to the airport and significantly increase their budget item for that issue.
Chairman, I'll second that motion so we can have discussion on that and a vote.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to table all three budgets until the second meeting of September. Motion made by David Santiago, seconded by Vice Chair Kent. You want to start, Vice Chair Kent?
Yeah, I don't mind. The one Councilman Santiago that jumped out at me was the Halifax area advertising, but I'm appreciative that we're talking about all three of them. When I look at their budget of advertising, $20 million, and we're looking at $150,000 to go for the airport, you bring up a very valid point, which is why I seconded your motion, and we'll probably be voting to say, hey, you have the option to call for a special meeting. You've heard, depending upon what this board, this council says here, direction we give you, this is what we'd like to see. So if you can make that happen, great. And maybe their board will say no, and have reasons why, and we can discuss that when it comes to us again. But I'm going to support you on this.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to redirect the original question to staff about acceptance of this budget. You were quick to say, no, you can't line item one item to allow this budget minus the airport budget item. Is that?
We've had a chance to confer
Yeah.
a little bit about on that. So the statute requires their budget to be approved. If you wanted to send it back and say, I want to see this particular program increased, so essentially a line item, I think you can do that. I think
And allow them, should they not be able to get back to us before October 1st, that it would not be a continuing resolution, but they'd be able to move forward with this budget knowing that they'd have to figure out.
Right, they would not have an approved budget. They know, I think the basis, the thinking of the motion here is you will be taking back a revised budget for action up or down second meeting of September. I think
That's the intent.
I think that's one path forward.
I think, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think, Jake, I would have loved to change the line item, but I don't think we could. But I think the message is clear to them to.
I'm just knowing how contracts work. I don't want them to stop advertising until they come back to see us or lose a contract. That I need a guarantee that you will continue operating with the same vigor that you are right now going into October 1st. Don't stop what you're doing and say, well, I told you we wouldn't be able to do it. I don't think that would happen, but I don't know your board well enough to know that they'll sit there and say, fine, we'll do it, but you can't do this, this, and that. I want them to continue doing what they do and do well while we try to, whittle some more money toward the airport. If I get assurances that that's done, then I support the motion. But if things are going to come to a stop over one line on them, then I think we ought to consider other options. But I just need affirmation that we'll continue pressing. So can I get that from our 3 executive directors? Thumbs up. It doesn't look like yes from the ha. Is this like the federal government where all civilians go home for a couple weeks till we figure it out?
All of our current contracts run through September, so we're fine. Like everything runs through the end of September. So yeah, nothing's going to stop right now.
Is it going to stop October 1st?
No. If
Okay.
we can get a meeting and a vote, is there an amount that you're looking at? We haven't met with the airport or the airport team. Is there an amount that you're
since I still have the microphone, I would hope that the professional advertisers here on this dais don't give you that number. I rely on.
Yes, I don't know. I need to take something back to the board. I mean, they are very supportive of the airport, but I don't know what to take back because we haven't met with them yet. We haven't met with Avello and Breeze to find out what their needs are.
I think that's up to Cyrus and the staff to work with you guys to come up with a good number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Santiago.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I think this is clear. So, and I think it's clear with the advertising authorities as well. They have to have a budget to spend money beginning October 1.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then if we approve it on the second meeting of September, then business as usual continues with the new budget, correct?
It would be before October 1st, yes.
Correct. So we'll have plenty of time. And Jake, I'm glad you asked that question to clarify that, because I think all 3 of them did said they can continue doing business. And that's a legitimate question, make sure nothing got stalled. As far as the number, I also agree with you, Jake. Get with staff. I think I'll speak for myself, but judging the body language of my colleagues, the number's way too low. I'll just say that. It's just way too low. And I realize that and not all of the 3 entities can, it's all relative to the size of your budgets. I think at least me and probably some of my council members want that number to go up significantly and join us in this big investment that we have in the airport. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to reiterate this, but I will. David, you brought up a good point here about Avello. I mean, with Melbourne, they were there, I believe, 7 months. They took $230,000 and they left. They've been here a year. They've taken $500,000. What happens at the end of next year after they take the next $500,000? Are they going to do to us what they did to Melbourne? Because what happens in year 3 when that $1 million guarantee is gone? Are they going to go to St. John's, St. Augustine? Are they going to go to another destination and do to us what they did to Melbourne? That's why I was against it. That's why I don't see this with bright-eyed, bushy-eyed type of optimism that I wish I had. But as long as we're here and we have a $20 million pot of money sitting there at Halifax, I think we need to kick in a lot more than $150,000 to do what we can to make Avello so successful that they're not going to do to us what they did to Melbourne. Because I'm afraid they're just going to be here until that $1 million is gone and then see you later, thanks. Okay, that's my biggest fear. The other thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, George, but I think we're one of the few counties that divvies up the hotel tax, bed tax, into sections within the county, right?
Yes, we were created, that was created by the state legislature.
Yeah. Uh,
I think we're the only that are divvied up, yeah.
And I think we've talked about this, and that doesn't necessarily set well with me because the west side, as you can see on the budget, we're, again, not to recap a year and a half of whining on behalf of the west side, but we only got 1.8 million. The other two combined get 26 million. So I'm hoping whatever meetings that go down, Georgia, you do a wonderful job. I've talked to her directly about this numerous times. Do you think it's fair what we're getting? And she says, listen, we get along great as a team. We work well together. She's happy with the other two districts and the way they treat her, so I'll leave it at that. But I would hope that we're not going to ask the west side to come off of hardly any money, if at all, to promote an east side thing, because this is still, the airport's an east side thing. We have the land airport. We got our skydiving. We're the skydiving capital of the world. But I would just hope that we leave Georgia's thin budget alone and ask that Halifax and the Southeast agencies kick in all of the extra money for the east side promotion of the airport. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, George, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment that having worked with all three agencies and the executive directors now for many years, we're light years ahead of where we have been in the past in terms of working together. We meet once a year together. They come and we talk about how we work as an entire county, because we have a lot of beautiful assets over here that when they're trying to attract visitors, they're pulling all of the wonderful things we have in this county, and they work very well with each other to do that. So I want to commend them. They always work very well together, and again, that's a testament to the three people that we have running those outfits today, and that's been that way for many years. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you. That kind of leads me into this. I'm a little bit concerned with this for one reason. I think Jake said it, that I don't think we should be setting the dollar amount for you. We don't know until you get together with Cyrus, the airlines, the three of you. So it becomes a catch-22. If we don't tell you a figure, you don't know what to come back with. My concern is that you come back in the second meeting of September and we don't like it and don't approve it, then we are bumping on October 1st. So for me, after working with the three of you for almost 4 years, I've developed a level of trust that you see what's going on here. You know exactly what we want. I have a level of trust to send you back with an approved budget and have you come back with some changes for this. I'm not opposed to what my colleagues are asking. I agree. I think we all agree that there needs to be more money spent to promote our airport. But that is a concern I have, that we're really knocking on the door of October 1st, and we need to continue on with advertising. So, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess last bite. Appreciate your comments. I think we've established, though, Mr. Chair, that they can meet and they can get it to us by the second meeting in September. And we've established that Cyrus and staff will work with them to figure out what that, because I'll throw a number, but I'm not an advertising guy. I think Jake said it well. I'd rather them work on it. I trust them, and I agree with you. Those are three very professional, experienced women that do a good job. But the budget at the same time is a statement from us also, right? It's a statement as to how much we're wanting to commit. It tells the public that we want to do this. So that's why I'd rather let them go do their work. I know it's going to probably be a headache. Get your boards together, figure it out. But it's a statement that's going to come from you and saying, this is our commitment to you based on what you told us, meaning the council. And then we're going to acknowledge that statement as a county council, saying this is how important our airport is to our community, and this is what we've accomplished. So I think the work can be done, Mr. Chair. I don't think the doors are going to close, and they've confirmed that to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I agree with that. I think that I don't have any doubt that the work can be done. What I have doubt about is we don't like their budget now. if it comes back and we still don't like it, then we're in trouble, and it's not fair to them.
We won't know until we know. So I think they'll get it done. But I agree with your caution, but we can't throw a number out there too. That'd be a mistake. I think.
No, I
they'll
don't
get
want
it.
to. I don't want to give them
Yeah,
a number.
yeah.
I think they'll come back with a number. I think they're hearing what we're saying, and they're going to take it seriously. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I have the same concern as the chair did. I'm a little concerned with the second week in September. That's cutting it close, and I pray that they can come back with that. I think that Cyrus, I have the utmost confidence in the world that he can come up with a figure. I wish that we could take that line item and look at it. That being said, I'll support it, but I am hesitant. Like Don was hesitant about the $1 million. You know, we voted for it, and I have the hesitation as well on this, but I do understand your point.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not hesitant at all, and I'm going to tell you why. Because all three of those women are extremely intelligent, and they can get the job done. I think if we told them they had until tomorrow at 5 p.m., they could get their board together and come back and have an answer for us. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it's their budget. And we get one bite at this apple. It happens this time every single year. And, you know, I don't know, Mr. Dyer, if from a legislative standpoint it has to be like this, where it's pretty close to October 1st when they have to have this meeting, because maybe in the future we don't put it back at this date. Maybe it's, you know, a month earlier in case something like this happens again. And Mr. Santiago, I want to applaud you, because what you did is for some people, not me, but for some people, uncomfortable. But you get one bite at this apple, and it's tonight. And because of one person's leadership on this issue, we are going to see, hopefully, a change that several of us up here have talked about we would like to see, because we want that airport wildly successful. And there's money in their budgets to help with this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. One more point to clarify. I also have every confidence in the world of these ladies to do the same thing. So I don't want it to be like I said that I don't have that confidence in you. I do. My fear is up here. We have spent how long on this issue? Exactly. So that's my fear. It's not with them. It's not with Cyrus. It's with us. So I want to make sure that we can I have every confidence that they can present that to us, and then we're in agreement with it, but I can't predict the future. So, but I am in agreement with you, but I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's my only concern as well. I don't have any doubt that they're going to get the work done and bring it back. What none of us know is, will we like it with whatever they bring back? And then if we vote it down again, then we have an issue. So no other comments or questions. So the motion on the table is to table all three into the second meeting in September, when you will come back with it's not going to be with a new budget. It'll be the same total dollars, but moving around the money within the budget to pay for this. To put more money in the airport marketing, which you can see, the three of you, that the council agrees that needs to be a more of a priority. So no other questions. I'll call the vote. All in favor of tabling this to the second meeting in September, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Item 6, rezoning, a resolution to rezone from R4 to a PUD zoning classification for 50 townhouses and Clay Irvin.
Good evening, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you tonight is a quasi-judicial hearing on a rezoning of an 8-acre parcel located at Garfield and Kentucky Avenue near the city of DeLand. The subject property, this is quasi judicial, so there'll have to be for non-ex parte communication.
You want to start with that?
Yeah, I mean.
One of them has left the room, so
Um,
I can do it after you.
Okey doke. So what we have in front of you is a piece of property that's approximately 8 acres in size. The land use underneath it, in other words, what gives it its theoretical maximum density is urban medium intensity. So that allows up to 8 units per acre, meaning that this property could be developed upwards of 64 units. The applicants are seeking to develop it for 50 townhome units. The townhomes will be on platted lots. They will be owner occupied. It is not targeted for student housing, because that was one of the concerns that came out with the hearing at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission.
Clay, hold on one second. The people in the back are signaling that they can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, is that better?
Is that better? Yes.
Okay. So what we see here is that the request is go from R4, which would allow for single family on 7,500 square foot lots. 75 by 100 are the minimum dimensions requirements for that zoning category, to come in with 50 townhome units that would be on platted lots with common area. It is a private gated development, so they would be responsible for all internal roadways, all the stormwater. It is within the utility service area of the city of DeLand. It is also within the area of the 2050 plan adopted by the city of DeLand, which has identified this for this type of development. Staff reviewed it and recommended approval to the PLDRC. There were 2 letters of objection and 2 folks spoke out against it. Main concern was this is a heavily treed lot. They were concerned about vegetation. There was concern about traffic. And so there was also concern about the size of the units and the type of development. The PLDRC unanimously 5-0 recommended approval of the proposed PUD. It's coming to you with that. I'll be glad to answer any questions from the staff perspective. I know the applicant has a presentation tonight.
Okay, don't go away yet. Does anyone on council have any ex parte to declare?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Troy Kent.
A quick question for you. Just to get on the record. So these townhomes, are they individual residences? I've seen some townhomes that are like duplexes, but it's called a townhome.
No.
These are individual, so just 50 individual townhomes.
There'll be townhomes. They will be connected. There's 8 buildings. They'll be spread throughout that. There's a varying number of units per building, and there'll be a separation between the buildings as well.
There's a total of 50, though.
Total 50 homes, 8 buildings.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Clay? Okay. Next. Hold on one second. Don Dempsey.
Clay, I don't know if I could ask you this, because I guess I can. We just heard from the lady during public comment at the opening, and I've just heard this from some developers. Are they going to be building this up? Are they going to add soil to this development, like a foot or two, to make the adjoining properties to the north a lower level of property? That's the only thing that seems to be a recurring concern of property owners who live next to subdivisions that are new subdivisions.
They will be required to meet the minimum finished floor elevations. It is not in a flood zone, so they will not have to meet an extended floor elevation to address that. They will have to have the finished floor elevation 6 inches above the center line of the adjoining roads. That is what is applicable to all new homes that are being constructed. The fact is that the issues that we're facing in Daytona Park Estates is a completely different animal than what we would be facing in many other areas, because Daytona Park Estates has no infrastructure really out there right now. So in this particular situation, the pre and post development condition has to be maintained in regards to the volume of water coming and going from the site. So they will have for a 25-year, 24-hour storm event. So again, it will have to be contained on site before it can be discharged. This is in a closed basin, so it's not going to be facing the 25-year, it's actually a 100-year storm event.
So this is a different, I'm very familiar with this neighborhood, and it does seem to be a good fit. I mean, it was just a matter of time until somebody developed it. That's my only concern, because I keep hearing this over and over again. So are you saying that Daytona Park Estates and the lady who had that issue with the flooding because of the 2 new houses, obviously, that were elevated above her property, and she swears that's the cause of the flooding, you're saying that will not be the case here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Click right there. Okay. Good afternoon, good evening. For the record, Michael Woods, Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here today on behalf of the applicant, and very happy to be in front of you this evening to do an honest-to-goodness infill project, and one that we're really excited to bring forward to you, because I think it ticks off a lot of the boxes of some of the projects we've been looking for in the county in general, but in the greater DeLand area in particular. As Clay had said in your staff report, we are looking for a maximum of 50 units in the area, and we are relying upon that urban medium intensity to allow for the density. And that's kind of that first check of the box, that we're coming here working within the allowable density that's already provided. And I'll show you in another couple of slides kind of how that fits into the full picture. To the point that Mr. Dempsey said, you know, this is one of those out parcels that you just kind of wonder when something's going to come through here. And I think the project that's being provided here really lines up not only with the county, and when you see the map, you know, this is that part of where the county and the city of DeLand's kind of boundaries. We aren't in an enclave. We are not contiguous, so we do have to come before you. But this is that portion that the city of DeLand has kind of encircled this, and this is all part of DeLand, which is why we double check and make sure that this lines up with that 2050 plan. This is the part of the 2050 plan that DeLand contemplates additional density going towards. We'll show you that map in just a second. Other great thing is all the municipal services are in place. We're already in conversations with Jim Ailes at the city of DeLand, making sure that everything is resolved there. And you've got some other kind of elements, and we'll touch on it very briefly. We're dedicating some extra right-of-way because these roadways in that area are smaller, you know, either prescriptive easements historically or just smaller roadways, getting additional land being dedicated. But this is also in direct proximity to an extension of the multimodal trail system down Garfield Avenue. So runs all the way up to ISB, where we have the multimodal trail that runs along Publix and all the way up to the airport, runs down to, I believe, Plymouth. If it's not fully constructed now, it will be. So that's past George Marks Elementary. So probably disruptive for the residents that had the sidewalks put in place, but overall a pretty good connectivity, because otherwise this was an area that didn't have really good sidewalk access. Giving you the location here, we are that big red box there with 92 on the north and 17 on the western side. Obviously you can see in that white, well, you can't really see the yellow too well on the overhead, but yellow or tan being the city, DeLand city limits. And then this is just a show for the DeLand 2050 plan. That yellow star is where we're located, and that darker orange color is the urban core. So that's where they want to redirect growth. Proximity, I think, is really important with this project, and one of the things that kind of gets me excited to kind of give you a frame of reference of where we are in the town and what's near us. If you go west along Kentucky to Woodland, that's about half a mile from a walking perspective. If you go west along Kentucky and then head north, west along Kentucky on that green arrow, that's the DeLand Oaks condominiums, and those have been there for many, many years, but multifamily in a single-family residential area. To the north, to get to to 92, it's 0.3 of a mile along Garfield and a little under 0.2 of a mile. That's from our northern boundary, but we don't connect through there. And then for your frame of reference, 0.3 of a mile is basically walk out the Athens Theater and then walk down to the new courthouse, so the length of Indiana Avenue. So yes, it's August, yes, it's hot, but focusing in on some of the walkability and accessibility for the project is important. Again, frame of reference here, the green star is the DeLand Oaks condos. The yellow star in the incorporated area, that's another Amelia Place Apartments. Again, smaller scale, but multifamily, and that's a rental project there. And then to kind of give you the bigger picture, and this is why the Garfield sidewalk kind of comes into play here. Over to the west, to kind of give you your frame of reference where those two red stars are, if you're driving down Woodland Boulevard, that's IHOP and the new Parva restaurant, so that's that close proximity. I think the numbers to be aware of here is walking up Garfield to ISB, you're 0.6 of a mile from Publix. You're pretty close to Lowe's. You got the Grand Villas in there as well. And though this is not affordable housing, our target here is about $325 per unit. Just putting that there is a townhouse project that's within 0.6 of a mile of your super circulator for the Votran, which is located between Publix and Lowe's. This is getting into checking the boxes of your planning perspective of what you're trying to do. Infill, a little bit higher density, in close proximity to, all these resources. This is just so you can kind of see how we're getting through here. And I apologize if your screen is as light as that one there, but the light blue is the incorporated area. The white is what's still within the county. This makes it a little bit easier, you can kind of see. So your external areas along 92 and along Woodland are obviously commercial. Then you have the urban medium intensity as kind of the transition between the commercial usage and the low intensity residential, single family residential. We are right on the edge of that UMI, but this was contemplated the whole time that this would be that transition. It's not so much that we are in a single family neighborhood, but we are between the single family neighborhood and two of the highest traveled commercial strips in DeLand. And then this just to kind of show you from a color coding perspective what we're dealing with there. So well thought out, well planned. This kind of fits in pretty well. Although the surrounding area's got more single family homes, we do have sprinkles of other apartments and whatnot in the area. Because it's a PD, you're getting some extra stuff here that you wouldn't otherwise get through straight zoning. We do have that 20% must be common open space. We will be able to meet that for sure. You also have a tree protection area of 15%, no problem with that. We do have an internal roadway, and it is gated. Some of that is for the geometry of the roadway for us to be able to have our driveways work properly. But it also addresses some of the comments we've had in other multifamily projects where traffic spillover goes into the residential neighborhood. The trade-off of that is we have a single access point for our subdivision or for our project with emergency access on an adjacent roadway. And I did give you a table here just to kind of show you the setbacks and bufferings that would otherwise be required for single family versus what our multifamily is. We've got a landscape buffer of about 20 feet minimum around the entirety of the project. We have a 45-foot setback, building setbacks for the whole property, except for a segment on our southeast corner, and I'll show you what is going on with that. It's basically more right-of-way is being dedicated, but we don't think the right-of-way will ever be improved. And I'll go through these very quickly, mainly because we are anticipating at Planning Board, what does this mean for the surrounding property? Because we are bringing in townhouses, they will be 2 stories adjacent to single family. And kind of working around from the southeast corner and around, here you're looking at 30 feet of landscape buffer, tree protection area, and the nearest building to the edge of the right-of-way is 48 feet, and it includes dedication for sidewalk. Now, when you get to the southwest corner, we do have a retention pond that's there, and we will talk about that a little bit as well. There we have a 25-foot landscape buffer, and the building itself is about 45 feet away, but the retention pond obviously goes down to that 25 feet. On the western side, this would be along Garfield, a very large setback from the building, 145 feet off because that retention pond will be in the center there. These 2 locations here are probably the ones you want to pay the most attention to because there is a single-family home that sits there. So looking south from their property line, again, the closest building is 45 feet away, and you've got 30 feet of tree buffer, TPA landscape buffer between them. And then if you look from their backyard, the only distinction or difference I want you to be aware of from Planning Board, we still have 83 feet edge to the building. We have a landscape buffer of 20 feet, bumps up to 30 feet. That pickleball court's getting moved because everyone loves pickleball. No one really wants to live next to it. So a bocce ball court is going there instead, and the pickleball court's going to the other side. The main point on this to emphasize is that if this was developed as single-family residential, you could have a swimming pool, I think, 5 feet off the property line. So again, we're trying to screen, we're trying to address the neighbors and try to minimize impacts to them. Again, 45 feet of building, 30 feet of landscape buffer along the northern side. And then this is going down Smith Roadway, which is on the eastern side of the property. For most of this, we're about 90 feet from the edge of the property to the building size. And when you get to the corner here, we are dedicating 20 feet of right-of-way, but this is a very old kind of, we're not relying on this roadway for our usage. It's servicing about 3 or 4 homes on there. County is getting the right-of-way because they need it, but no one anticipates any construction or building there, so that's going to likely remain treed, but we technically only have a 25-foot setback from that edge. That's the closest that we get to, but we felt comfortable given the right-of-way dedication. And this is just a photo of that street looking north along Smith Avenue. And again, to also show the proximity of this building, I tried to come up with like a crude drawing, but if you look at this distance from the roadway, it's about 83 feet. That would be the front or the southern edge of our building. And then the northern edge of that building is that blue dot right there too. So we don't even, those buildings don't sit adjacent to the neighboring property or neighboring structure. And again, all the dedication for the right-of-way. One of the things that kind of came up in conversation at Planning Board and then a little after is the nature of bringing in non-single family use into a single family neighborhood. And DeLand's been doing that for quite some time and pretty well. These projects don't line up apples to apples, but one of the questions is how does this impact or how does this interact with the surrounding neighborhood? I just pulled a couple of things from the greater kind of the downtown DeLand area just for your frame of reference. This first one with the yellow star is called the Stetson Cove Apartments. It started as general apartments in 1974. Stetson bought it, and it's technically student housing now. The only reason why I bring that up is that even with that student housing, and you can kind of see the nature of the buildings there, that's more of a traditional, obviously 1974 architecture. It's surrounded by single family without any real problems or conflict. Similarly, if you go to, it's now called University Hall Dorms. It used to be the University Inn. I used to be able to get a swimming pass there when I was a kid to go swimming there when it was still a hotel. That's full student housing. Like that operates as a dorm with direct access to the stairway. Those are 58 rooms there. And it's important to kind of think for some of these projects, kind of the intensity of what they have. That 11 one-room bedrooms and 32 two-room bedroom apartments is on 2 acres. This is on 1.3 acres. And again, it's student, but it's in the historic district of DeLand, and it works out pretty well. These two are really interesting as well. This is behind or in the close proximity to the DeLand Museum of Art, and that's Minnesota Avenue that's running down there with the 2 stars. It's the corner of Minnesota and Florida. The orange building there, it's 2-story. It's on half an acre of land, and there's a total of 18 units on there. And then right next to it is the lighter brick color with the white. That's 12 units on 0.96 acres. Right in between the university, Woodland Boulevard, and the historic district. And I think if you see a house that needs a new roof, that's mine down at the back end there. It's about 5 or 6 houses away. I drive by there all the time, and it works out really well. So there's this stigma sometimes of having non-single family, but you've got some pretty good examples. And then this is probably the more intense one. This is along Hill Avenue, just north of 44. This is the Lofts of DeLand and Alhambra Villas. Alhambra Villas, that's the picture in the in the bottom right. That's the larger project. That's about 60 units, and you can kind of see the building pattern there. It's no real infrastructure, no real stormwater. You got probably 2 parking spaces per unit, and 60 units on 5.6 acres. And the Lofts of DeLand, that I think was probably in the 90s when that was constructed. And again, 13, and those are sold as condo, but 13 units on 1 acre, and that's right down the street from Blue Lake Elementary. So we're able to kind of make that transition in and work well with the surrounding neighbors. If you look through your staff report, our traffic analysis, we don't have enough volume to trigger a mandatory TIA, but if you do the analysis and compare what is kind of built into the system under the maximum development under the urban medium intensity, our plan with the PD utilizes less than that. And some of that gets into the numbers of multifamily generates less trips than single family. And that's the regulations that you kind of review through that. The only other thing I would say, kind of on the soapbox, as far as not so much this project, but you kind of raised the question on the stormwater, and I know we're in the process with the low impact design stuff. If you look at our pond here, we meet the requirements that we have from the actually the new requirements that St. John's now requires, the more intense. That's what Kim Buck's firm is working with to provide. But it's a more standard rectilinear one, because this is still operating under the standards where you can't use the open space for like the LID. And this is one of those projects when you zoom out and see the full map, and it's probably in your staff report, that some of that creativity moving forward, this one's pretty good, but moving forward, as we work through those standards, you would have something that looks a little bit more maybe ornate moving forward with that. But other than that, we're real happy to come in with an infill. You know, this market and this type of product is in pretty high demand in DeLand. We haven't had a whole lot of it. And you saw a lot of those buildings that I was trying to show for comparison have a few years on them. There's probably a few that are newer, but we're excited to bring this forward. So happy to answer any questions or to address any comments should they be raised.
Thank you very much. Councilman Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, you know, you parked my interest with the pond talk and the LID talk, and I think you referenced that because of our setback requirements, the way they're still written in our code, don't allow us to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, don't allow us to currently adopt all those standards easily?
Well, so what we're massaging, and it's in the workshop process now, and I glanced through the first draft, so I haven't seen everything that's proposed. But where we kind of get jammed up on multiple projects, multiple designers, is it's a disincentivization to use more elbow room for the LID standards, right? Because you have to meet your target for your TPA. You have to meet your target for your open space. And again, I think I've said this before, all those regulations serve a really good purpose. And I think I kind of joked, it was either this board or the planning board, we don't want to go back to where you're having kids run and play football in the dry retention ponds, right? Because for a lot of subdivisions, like in the 80s or late 70s, that was your amenity, was hopefully it didn't rain and you can go play ball. We don't want to get back to that. But we do, you know, as the St. John starts requiring a higher volume count, you know, to account for the longer storms, that's growing up, but have not yet tweaked or adjusted the ratios on the property. LID, where that works the best is where you have some natural attenuation, and that takes more elbow room, right? So you got the more swales, and that before the water gets to your traditional retention pond, you basically allow it to percolate a little bit sooner, and that gets into the whole nature of the source of where the low points are, and you can design a more natural system. But right now, if you try to do that, you can't put it into your open space, even if you're trying to amenitize it. And I think you will be getting some recommendations coming before you that work towards that. With this project, we can work within that, but this is to check the box that when, you know, the presentation comes before you in September, October, whenever that is, keep that in mind, because that design, getting that flexibility allows the developer to be a little bit more.
This is just
creative.
a conceptual plan, correct?
Well, this is our conceptual plan, but we're pretty close. Like we'll be moving forward with St. John's review for that intensity.
Can I ask Clay a question, Mr. Chair?
Clay.
Clay, do we have any topo information on this parcel?
I was just looking at it.
Oh, wow. Can you tell me if you have it already, or if you've analyzed it, the nature of the topography and how it goes in this property as it pertains?
Yeah, there's two high points that are around 94 elevation, and the low point's right around 90. The two high points are over on the east side. There's a third high point over on the west side, up at the northwest corner where the existing single-family home. So basically, the site basically feeds into the middle and then drains north and south.
Feeds into the middle of itself.
Yes.
I'm looking at this pond, Clay, and is the layout of this pond based on our ordinances saying that it has to be? I'll just ask you: does it have to be one pond?
No.
I know they may not like this, but could this pond be cut up into 4 pieces and be scattered throughout the property?
I don't know off the top of my head, not without, the soils themselves are pretty good soils in that area, but when you're starting to talk about volume treatment and attenuation, that's outside my, my bailiwick.
The only reason I asked that question, because I'm not an engineer, I just hear what I've heard over the last, almost 2 years, and you hear people say that even the ponds, as they percolate into someone else's property or side extrusion, I guess, if that makes sense, that word. And I was wondering, why don't we, or why can't we, or consider, or work with, if it makes science sense, to have multiple ponds so you can spread that along a parcel instead of putting somebody, let's just say, east of this with the full pressure. I want to make sure we apply our code, because I'm a code guy, right? But I'm also trying to find solutions without having an engineering degree.
What Mike is, and you are both referencing, is that when you start utilizing alternative methods to just your traditional pipe and pond, is that you can start utilizing swales and other things to go for. Your staff has had conversations as of last week with St. Johns River Water Management District about that very topic. And so we are working towards that so that hopefully we can have better integration of more natural looking drainage facilities such as the bioswales and some of these other low impact development methods.
Is the property to the east where the current pond is buildable?
I'm sorry, what? To the east?
I guess that would be east, right? Where the pond currently exists.
Oh, okay. That's on the west side of the property.
That's west, okay, sorry, yeah.
And again, that's the tentative location where they want to place it. Again, that's going to be subject to review and approval of the final plans on all of these.
Last question, I think. And again, I'm a code guy and process guy. I want to make sure, so I'm not trying to trip anybody, but I'm thinking concepts. Could this plan be submitted in a method where, and I'm not telling you where to go, but I will just for description purposes. Well, can I, let me get this little screen thing here. Okay, is it working? There we go. Could this pond be removed, right? And put, I'm just basics, put over there, and this building go over here. And again, I'm not suggesting that as it. The concept is what I'm looking at. And balancing a site, distributing ponds out there. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. If you look in the wording of the PUD documents, we have standard language for what are considered minor amendments. That would be something that would be considered a minor amendment as long as the total number of units, the setbacks, the buffering, and everything else. In other words, if the layout had to be modified because of engineering or some other needs for it, as long as they maintained all of the setbacks, buffering, and everything else, that could be handled through the administrative process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could just, one other thing too, is the questions you're asking make a lot of sense, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. When you're dealing with a smaller lot here, your questions fit in perfectly when we're dealing with something like the Trinity Gardens project that's, 300 acres, and you do want to make sure that you're not having a centralized pond, you're kind of splitting it over here. With this design element, as it was kind of contemplated, part of the thought process was that putting the pond where it is functions as a buffer against one of the main streets there too. But to Clay's point, there is that ability of a modification. If it's a minor modification there, you're still early on with doing the engineering, but I wanted to make sure that, you were aware that as they've designed this, and really kind of talking through like the dimensions and depth, it is because that they are designing to meet the new St. John standards for the higher volume. And that's fine, and we can hit that. I just think as we move forward with those other policies, and that would be a good policy to have when we get started, because then that dictates the design early on. So.
Thank you. I'm just going to continue on that a second. Those were good questions about the pond. You've done, but before I ask you this, you're absolutely right on the lid requirements. As you know, I want that, but we can't do it if we're just going to add requirements on top of requirements. There's got to be some give and take, and that's a huge one that, you've got to be able to calculate that as part of the unpaved property. You've done, I'm assuming, core sampling there. You know what the soils are. Do you expect that this pond will be dry or hold water? Oh, we have an engineer.
Yeah, I'm with Allen Engineering.
Okay.
I represent the applicant for the engineering side. Yeah, this is going to be a dry pond. I don't recall exactly. I have the geotech report with me. I can take a look at it, but I believe the bottom of our pond is going to be a minimum of 4 or 5 feet above the water table. So it should remain dry. It is also currently designed as a full capture, so we are not planning on discharging any water off-site. Any
Okay.
water that we capture in our stormwater system is going to stay in that pond and perk. And
Okay. Stay right there, because that was my second question. When Clay was up, he said that it will hold all the water on site until discharged. And I think the discharge is what Don and I are concerned about. Is it going to discharge it into the surrounding neighborhoods? Because I'm assuming the surrounding neighborhoods were built before current standards were in place.
not on the surface. No, it's going to percolate into the groundwater table, and then it'll flow out horizontally from there.
And I think Clay said it's going to flow north and south. How? And through underground?
I don't.
There's not.
Let me clarify. As I was saying, under the current topography that is out there, there's 2 high points over on the east side and 1 high point over on the northwest corner. And so basically it flows to the center of the site and then goes north or south if it leaves at all. Because again, the soils are very sandy.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's good to have you here to explain that. The current density is what? I think Clay said it.
According to the future land use map, the adopted land use category is UMI, which allows up to 8 units per acre.
So how many total units?
That would be 64, 65 units
Okay.
based on the 8.175 acres.
Okay, so you bought or is this land already purchased?
Yeah. Oh, no, it's on contract purchase.
You got a contract on land that says you can already today, you can build 64 homes on it, and you're asking for 50. So you're not increasing density, you're going down, which led, I think, to the questions about single-family housing. It's still single-family housing, except they're attached, correct?
Yeah, and I know that's always been the kind of the gymnastics we had to go through linguistically to explain how we categorize that. But yes, single-family home, it doesn't rise to the level of an apartment. So it's still a single-family neighborhood. It's just in a slightly different configuration.
Right. So for me, you're heading towards LID. It just doesn't qualify as it because of requirements stacked on top of requirements. You're not increasing density. It's single families living in here. My biggest concern always is, we've talked a lot about this, and you've just heard it from Don, flooding the surrounding neighborhoods. They did not have to build with the requirement that the center of the property was 6 inches higher, or 6 inches higher than the center of the road. So they're going to be a little bit lower. You're going to bring some fill in and to level the property. So it may be a little bit.
There'll be a little bit of fill, and the only water on this property that should be coming back to the right of way is what's inside of our buffers to come back to grade, and I don't even think it's that much. It's a fairly flat site. We don't have to do a whole lot of fill, and so the only impact to outside of the site is where we come back to grade.
Okay.
And like he was saying, it's very sandy soil, so it's very likely that water just seeps into the ground and doesn't cause any kind of issue.
Okay. The other, you keep saying checking off boxes. The other box that you checked off was that this is a gated community. So you're going to build the roads and you're going to maintain the roads instead of giving that bill to the taxpayers to maintain the roads in there. Clay, can that be 5 years from now? Can that be changed? Can it be an ungated community?
People can always request that occur. It would be the ultimate decision of the county council as to whether or not to accept it. Your staff would analyze it to see if it met our minimum requirements for our infrastructure needs and our infrastructure standards, and we would make a recommendation. I can tell you that this is going to be basically a parking lot with driveways. So we would sit there and say that it's not truly a public right-of-way, and we would recommend that the county council not accept it.
Okay. Thank you. You've got another councilman that has questions for you, and then there's two members of the public as well, but Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, and kind of following up with David, I think, Clay, if you could answer, I know you were looking at the topography map. You said the southeast corner is 94 feet elevation, and I think you said the center is 90. Is that right?
According to our GIS right now, if you looked at it, there's over along the east side, there's two mounds. At the highest is around a 94, 95. And then if you looked towards the west, towards the north side of it, it goes up to a height of 94.
Okay, and so I don't know if I heard the adjoining properties to the north. Do you know what their elevation is?
They continue on at around 90, 88. So it does fall off towards the north. And there is a low area immediately to the northeast where there's either a sinkhole or a wetland over in that area.
Okay, but my concern is the house on the northwest corner and the one directly to the north.
The one at the northwest corner is at the highest, one of the highest spots on the property.
That's 99, you said?
94.
94. So when you're talking about making this, once you do the grading, are we talking about a center point now at 94, 92? Where are
I'll
we
have
at
to
now?
have the engineer to clarify where
Okay.
he's taking the grades on the site.
I believe the current way we have this graded is our pond. The top of bank of our pond is either at 90 or 91. So that property that's adjacent to the northwest should flow down into our pond.
Okay.
So we will not be discharging back into them. We'll be grading onto our site from their property.
So once this site's finished and graded out, what'll be the highest point at this?
I don't know what the finished floor elevations are off the top of my head, but it'll probably be the one of the buildings on the northwest side. Will probably be one of the highest points on the site.
But we don't know how high that'll be in relation to the.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Will they be higher than the adjoining properties to the north?
I can't answer that right now. That's yeah. I'll have to look at the plans.
I mean, can you make assurances that it won't be any higher than the adjoining properties to the north, or is that?
We can make assurances that we're not going to discharge any water to the north. Yeah. Yeah, we'll capture that water.
You know, I don't know what the cause of all this flooding is on the west side, but there is flooding on the west side, and maybe it's a coincidence to your detriment today that lady came here and was talking about her situation in Daytona Park Estates, where clearly there were adjoining properties elevated and causing flooding onto her property. My concern is, what assurances do you think we could have that these properties to the north won't suffer what that lady did in the opening presentation?
I mean, that's just part of, at least for us in our firm, that's part of our. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. On page 54, your staff report, this shows you the elevations. And also we go through and study this, the soils conditions. The soil condition here is 180 degrees from Daytona Park Estates. Daytona Park Estates is a low-lying, it's got a lot of organic material, a lot of muck, a lot of wetlands in those areas. So therefore, it is already got a high groundwater table. As he was just referencing, when he comes in and digs the stormwater pond, his stormwater pond is going to be 4 feet above the water table. So this is an area of sandy soils that has very well drained. The water table is well below the surface. And so, as he was saying, when he comes in, his pond is basically at existing grade if you look at that exhibit that's right now on your screen. See how the 94s are over there towards the east side, and you have 94 right by the single-family home existing at the northwest corner. So I can tell you this much, just looking at it, it is not an apples-to-apples comparison to the unfortunate situation that's happening in Daytona Park Estates.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Councilman Johansson?
Thank you, Clay. Mike can answer it too, but I just want to be very clear on this. A single family property, a residence that raises the grade of their property during a reno or whatever, their obligation isn't to retain all their drainage on their small property. The obligation is that it's supposed to go down into the drainage ditch like every other home, right? Single family.
There's not one size fits all. If you have a subdivision that was approved after the adoption of many of our codes, we have very detailed drainage plans, so they would have to adhere to that. It's the situation specifically like in Daytona Park Estates where you don't have a master grading plan, you don't have a master stormwater. So we require the builders to come in there because now they're having to raise their property to meet FEMA minimum requirements to direct the water either to not onto the other adjacent properties and, as you said, directly onto the streets so that way they can hopefully be collected into the swales. The unfortunate situation is there are properties out there where because of the low-lying land it may flow into the street but then flow back into the neighbor's property that's right down.
And that's happening nationwide as we raise elevations of single-family homes. So this project and projects like it, where we retain or make a good, honest effort scientifically to retain, is better than one by one raising homes or raising the grade of homes as we rebuild. Yes.
Correct. And you also see it with the recent changes from St. Johns River Water. They've improved and increased the requirements for some of their stormwater requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me call on the public that's here. We've got 2 people that wanted to speak. William Nyland. Let's come on up. You have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Thank you. I would love it if we could get the elevation chart that was on there earlier. So yes, I'm Bill Nyland. I'm a resident to the east of the project. I was hoping we could get some of those elevation charts there. That one. If you look at the problem where the T is on Smith Street, a little bit below that, or I should say above, is a drainage. A drainage ditch, I would say, and it drains into a pond that's on my property, and that pond is then connected even more through back of my property around into the property that was mentioned earlier, just at the end of Smith Street. It's a hydrological system, and what my concern is that, first of all, I'm super glad about the retention pond. I think that's a great idea. Water going in and not going out, great idea. Any water that would come from the east side onto Smith Street as it's built right now would flow into this one drainage ditch into our pond, which would then, I have a very small pipe which takes it off into the rest of this hydrological system. And I'm worried that this would overwhelm that system, which is been in place for decades. That's my exclusive concern, to let the builders know, the engineers know that anything that runs off on the east side is going to end up in that, and it will not just flood my property, but assuming that would be a flood, it would impact a large number of areas to the west and the north of this property. So as long as people are aware, not just inside the property, but outside, I'm really pleased if they would do that. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. But before I call on the next speaker, Mr. Engineer, can you deal with that concern?
Yes, yeah. We have enough setback between our buildings and our right-of-way that swales and yard drains can be utilized to capture that water, so that way nothing from our site makes it back onto Smith Street.
So that it doesn't?
Yes, so that it does not go to Smith Street. Yes, correct. We would capture that water.
Okay. Councilman Santiago?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, are we done with public comments?
No.
Oh, then I'll wait.
Okay. John Wine?
John Wine, and I live at 295 Spring Garden Avenue in the Leon Springs. But my business and a lot of my business is in the land. I know I'm limited to 3 minutes, and we'll try to keep it to 3 minutes. But it seems like a couple of issues here that I just want to put some clarity to. Now, I'm a part investor in the property. I'm a part owner of the property. So I'm a developer and been developing for many years. The first thing I would like to say is, at my age, I just want to be a good neighbor. And I mean that very sincerely. All these issues I've listened, and I've been developing for 50 years, and I've developed over 1,000 lots, over 1,000. And I know what's involved with all these issues that you're talking about. I'm not going to get into time because I don't have that kind of time. But there's a couple of key issues here that I want clarification. When we met with staff, and by the way, a lot of thank yous going on around here tonight. I want to thank our staff in the county, because I go all the way back to Palmer Patton, and also Don Stockham. I'm not name dropping, but the staff has been, and I'm very impressed with whoever this gentleman is here. Whoever he is, God bless him, because he's giving me the facts. I'm thankful for the staff. Now, with that said, our first staff meeting, after much review, several key people alluded to why don't we go to a private development. When we came back, we discussed it. So we debated whether to keep it public or go to private. Now, the overall vote for that was that if we went private, there were certain planning issues such as open space, additional off-street parking, and other issues I won't get into. So we decided to go private with this, which meant we would have to do the gate and do these other things. Frankly speaking, I personally voted for that because I wanted, if the county wanted that, then I felt like as a developer and on the sales end of the thing, that it would be an advantage to go private. So let me just put that stake in the ground, please. Now, the other issue seems to be over this drainage thing. And I'm not an engineer, but I've been doing a lot of developing. And you know, my brother always taught me, he was an engineer, the water always drains downhill. Now, we're at correct me if I'm wrong, but we're at what? We're at 60, 70 foot elevation overall on this thing. Our water table is something like 14 foot down. We have...
Hold on just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Council, how do you feel about giving him an extra minute to finish up? I think this is important. Anybody have an issue with that? Okay. Go ahead.
I know I'm under time limit here, but I'm trying to say a lot in a few minutes, and I'm trying to give you facts, no fluff. No flop with any of this. We have good engineers. We have the best of the best. We have the county staff. We have tried from the very beginning, and this gentleman here, we've tried to go out of our way to do it right, And we still continue that commitment and to be good neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification from the applicant's attorney and then a motion, Mr. Chair. This is remind me on the number of units, what the entitlements are on the property right now? How many?
Total 50 townhouses.
No, under existing entitlements.
I'm sorry. About 64.
64, okay.
Number? Yeah.
So down in the number of units for the parcel, right? And what's entitled, okay. And Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the resolution. For the
Second,
rezone.
Johansson.
Play.
David Santiago makes a motion to approve. The second one was by Councilman Johansson.
Oh, no.
I thought you wanted to talk him out of it.
No.
Okay. Any other questions? All the presenters have presented? Okay. Then we have a motion on the floor to approve. Before we vote, my final comment was, you and I have talked a lot about different things, and this is a project, it's campaign season, so I'm out talking about changing the development pattern, and you checked off most of the boxes that I talked about. One of them is not building roads and then giving them to the taxpayers to maintain the rest of our lives. George can't keep up with it now. The other one is that all the easy places are developed. The easy places, in my mind, are like this, high and dry, instead of trying to develop wetlands and low places, Daytona Park Estates, which is a serious problem for the people out there. So with that said, I will call for the vote. All in favor of the project, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you just hit a home run.
Clay, you got a lot of compliments there today. Do they know it's your birthday?
Yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday. I thought so. Yeah.
I look rough for 30.
I didn't compliment you. You get so many of them. Item 7 is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, 3728 West International Speedway Boulevard for a contractor shop.
Yes, sir. If the council will allow, staff would like to do a presentation for items 7 and 8 at
Yes.
the same time, since they are dealing with a comp plan amendment and a rezoning to PUD that are associated. This subject property is 1.7 acres located on ISB by the Indian Lake Road. It is in the High Ridge area. That is why it's having to go through the rezoning to PUD. Otherwise, we would be able to utilize a standard commercial zoning. Staff reviewed it for compliance to the code and the consistency with the comprehensive plan. We recommended approval on both the small-scale land use amendment and the rezoning to PUD. The PLDRC, our Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, also is making those recommendations. There was no public comment at the public hearings for either one of these items. The applicant's representative is here if you have any questions.
Councilman Santiago.
I'll wait for public comments to finish.
Okay. All right, we have two people. Is it Colleen?
I'm the applicant.
Okay.
Ex parte communication, because we are handling both the
Okay.
No ex parte.
Any council members have any ex parte to declare? Okay.
Colleen Miles, Land Development Resource Group. On behalf of the owners, I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
Okay.
Same person.
Both of these are from you, because you were going to speak on both items.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure that you're going to have a lot of questions, but Councilman Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, through legal, can we make one motion to approve both at the same time with one motion? No? I move to approve ordinance 2024-015.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Councilman Johansson. Questions? Colleen, all the way down here. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8 is the second part of this.
Mr. Chair?
Is there a motion?
Move to approve item number 8, the resolution.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. The second is also by Jake Johansson. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. You did good work.
Thank you all for your time.
Your name's still up. Your name's still up there. Item 9, contract with Halifax Paving, Inc. for the Beresford Avenue extension. Whew.
It's easy for you to say.
It's
Good evening, Ted Casebeer, County Engineer. As you said, we're seeking approval of a construction contract with Halifax Paving for the extension of Beresford from Blue Lake over to Kepler for the total amount of $4 million. Where's the number?
$237,000.
Yep, 365.
Big number.
Big number. Some of this money includes contributions from the developer. We are building turn lanes as a part of our project on their behalf, so they're funding that portion of it. So we don't have two construction projects going on at the same time or have them come in immediately after we construct our section and tear portions of it out.
Questions from staff? Councilman Robbins?
Never mind. I'll save it.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by David Santiago.
Second, Johansson.
And the second is by Councilman Johansson. And question from Vice Chair Kent.
Just a comment, since we have a motion in a second, if you don't mind, Chair.
Nope, I don't mind.
Council, we all know 5,280 feet is a mile, and prices are out of control. I'm going to approve this. I'm going to vote for this. This is a little over 4,000 feet. This is less than a mile, and it needs to get done, so I'm going to approve it begrudgingly because this is less than a mile of road work. That's all.
Yep. Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I know we talked about this in a staff meeting in terms of the mix. Do we know what kind of mix they're doing with the recycled? 30%, 45%?
We have the 20% mix in this.
Okay. Do we know a cost savings if we were to do it at the 45% that's
Not off the
acceptable?
top of my head, no, because we didn't bid it that way. So I could hazard a guess, but
I'm going to go ahead and vote for it too, but that's something I'd like to see as well. Cost difference and bang for the buck to see why or what we're saving if we put more recycled material in there. So more than double.
yeah, we can get you that number.
Thanks.
Remember, it's not just the cost there, but then could be sacrificing the life of pavement by doing that. So we will be meeting with the paving folks and the DOT to go over to find out, what they're finding out. Because, yeah, you just pay me now, pay me later. But that's all.
You done? Okay. There is a motion to approve this expensive project, but what Mr. Kent said is correct. I mean, this is a needed infrastructure. So the motion on the table is to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay. Item 10, road network needs discussion.
Good evening, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. This item is being brought before council at y'all's direction regarding the discussion a few meetings back about the additional millage, and to kind of discuss what is focused on capacity projects and grants and legislative appropriations, which are typically specific to each project, and focus on capacity and safety. What we're going to discuss in this presentation is projects related to maintenance and safety The capacity projects are typically funded by our impact fees and prop fair share, which we get from new development. So first, let's talk about safety capital projects. Currently, we allocate about $2 million a year. This is an average. Some years it's higher, some years it's lower. Really, what we do is we put a set amount of money away every year, building towards the amount to have the full amount for a project. Currently, the project next up on the list for safety is Old Mission Road. The design will be complete and ready for construction in fiscal year 24-25. Unfortunately, we've been saving every year, but we've been having trouble with inflationary costs and keeping up. So we're looking at currently a $3 million funding gap between the money we have allocated for this and getting it to construction. So if we wanted to construct this project next fiscal year, we would need approximately, when it's ready, when it's designed and permitted, which we anticipate it being, would need about an additional $3 million. Some additional safety projects that we have lined up include Jacobs Dairy Road, paved shoulders, Timber Creek and Airport Road intersection improvements, as well as some improvements to Howland Boulevard from I-4 to Catalina. So based on, the upcoming projects as well as the estimated need for Old Mission, we're looking for an additional need of about $2.5 million per year just on these safety projects. Up next, pedestrian safety projects. So I believe Councilman Santiago mentioned it earlier in the discussion about there was a study done in Volusia County ranked, unfortunately, very high in terms of pedestrian safety and fatality. Currently, we fund new sidewalk projects. We focus on safe routes to schools, areas around 2 miles around schools where sidewalk gaps exist, and we have about $400,000 a year currently funded out of gas tax for those types of projects. We worked with what's going to be called the Volusia Flagler TPO, formerly the River to Sea TPO, as well as Flagler County, to apply and get a grant to develop a safety action plan for safe streets and roads for all. We expect this safety action plan to be completed in the upcoming year, and it's going to recommend a series of projects to be done to address pedestrian safety. And we're going to anticipate requests from the TPO and Flagler to have a collaborative effort on some of these projects, and we're estimating $1 to $2 million a year will be needed to fund some of these projects. And then also, you've seen a lot of these going in, mid-block crosswalks, the RRFBs, the flashing yellow lights. There's also what they call the pedestrian hybrid beacon. If you're ever on ISB near Mainland, you see it looks like a traffic signal. We are seeing lots of requests for these types of pedestrian crossings, a lot. And so we kind of handle them as they come in based on the studies. And so we budget as we can. And so those flashing RRFBs run about $60,000 a year. And those pedestrian hybrid beacons, which the DOT is going to, which I think you're going to see more of, run about $300,000 per installation. So you're going to see a lot more of these requests come through, and so I just want to put that out there as something that we're seeing requests on and how much they cost. Up next, bridge projects. So right now we have a bridge capital plan. This is just to handle the bridges that we have on our current inventory. We have budgeted $1.4 million over the next 5 years. 85% of that funding is allocated to the 2 drawbridges, the High Bridge, Knox Bridge, and the Main Street Bridge. All of this funding comes from local option fuel tax. We have $500,000 in fiscal year 28 and 29 allocated for fixed bridges. We have 48 fixed bridges, 2 drawbridges. One of those fixed bridges is the brand new Veterans Memorial Bridge, which, even though it's fairly new, it still requires a fair amount of maintenance, and the high rises in that type of environment are maintenance heavy. One thing we've seen with some of our fixed bridges is during Hurricane Ian, with the massive amount of water that was flowing under these bridges. Normally in Florida, we don't see creeks and canals flow with high velocity because it's flat, it's tidal. But during Hurricane Ian, you had a buildup of that water as the tide was being pushed back in, and when the tide let out, that water came rushing through, and it caused what we call scouring underneath the bridge. And so we are seeing these issues at multiple bridges and around Spruce Creek and the Tomoka River. And we're already in design for one scour repair project, and we just got noticed on another bridge that has some scour based on the inspection that we're probably going to have to add a load rating to. So these are projects that we're going to have to address, and these are projects that weren't anticipated up until now. And so we're looking at a need of about $1 million a year over 5 years for these type of projects. And then bridge replacement projects. So Main Street Bridge, pretty old bridge. It's made its way on the list, on the state's replacement bridge list. The approximate cost on that bridge to replace would be about $80 million. I'm not advocating for that right now. I'm just stating that that bridge currently meets kind of the criteria for a replacement situation, and that's about what it would cost. And then on fixed bridges, we have for that, and that's right around really what it costs a mile to pave a dirt road. We do it with our in-house crews, with our own paving crews out at Road and Bridge to save costs. And the cost can vary up or down based on, you know, some of the width of those roads varies, the stormwater and the current conditions of that road. And then resurfacing, we have just under 1,000 miles of roads to resurface. We allocate $6.5 million out of the gas tax to do the resurfacing. And every year we do a survey of all our paved roads, and we measure the pavement condition index. And our last survey, in order to maintain the average PCI, we would need an additional $2 million in funding. Now, that survey was about 3 years old. The roads are being driven right now as part of that, so we'll get a new updated report here shortly, which we'll base our 3-year resurfacing program on. So given inflation that's occurred recently over the past few years, that number could go up. And so we track our PCIs as we go through, as we resurface, and see which roads are lasting longer and which roads are doing better, and we use that to develop our program. So quick summary: current needs, safety projects, $2.5 million a year, PED projects, $1.5 to $2.5 million a year, bridge projects, $1 million, and maintenance projects, about $2 million a year. This is money that we could spend right away over the next few years to address these series of projects. I want to stress that, you know, we have that long list of unmet capital needs that you see in the budget. None of those projects are included in this group. Can I answer any questions? Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Aaron, who's going to talk a little bit about the millage.
Hold on before you do. There's two people up. Do you have questions right now? Councilman Robbins.
I can wait until Alex is done.
Oh, you, Alex.
Aaron. Thanks, Donnie. Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. This is just a review of what you guys voted on last meeting when you did the road millage. So we had the recommended millage rate, what the dedicated fund, road funding millage rate would be, and then the tentatively set millage rate for your review. And then just a comparison of what the operating and non-operating budget is with that change. I just like to point this out, that you notice the change to both sides, because while we levy that tax in the operating fund, we're transferring the money to a non-operating fund. So it just goes to what we've said all along. The non-operating budget is all money that's generated from your operating budget. So you do not add those two together. So that gives you your recommended budget and then what the tentatively set budget is with that addition. And then this gives you your ongoing road funding. If you were to keep that dedicated millage rate for the roads each year, based on the assumptions of growth and taxable value, you can see you would have $22.4 million after 4 years for road funding, or the list that Ben went over, based on current assumptions.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Ben, real quick. You'd sent out a good email. I didn't know if all council got it. Could you just talk a little bit about the power of, for instance, $5 million? Not saying that I want to proceed forward with that, but when it comes to bonding, do you remember the figure on that?
I'm going to let our finance guy handle that one.
At current interest rates, it's estimated that $5 million a year would be able to provide for the debt service to receive $64 million upfront over a 20-year debt service horizon.
Okay. All right. And first of all, staff, thank you guys, Aaron and Ryan, Ben, everybody that put their heads together to make this happen. Council, if we remember a few weeks ago, we had some soft commitments from the opposition. I know, I forget what the vote was, either 4-3 or 5-2. But if we found additional dollars without raising the millage rate, that we would be game to start knocking some of these projects out. My biggest focus, if we can pull up the safety projects, my biggest focus with some of this found money that I'll get into here momentarily would be the safety projects and the pedestrian projects. Okay. Is this just is that the full list? Or is that a county-wide list, or is that just district? I don't want this to be district.
Yeah, no, this would be, as we tick off these safety projects,
okay,
these would be the next ones up.
Okay.
In the past, I mean, we have lots of roads that have,
right,
that we can be able to update, paved shoulders, guardrail, all those kinds of things that are older, constructed under different, specifications. So these were the next 4 up. Normally it takes us a few years to save up for these types of roads. Inflation's been kind of tough on that, but these would be the next 4 up on the list. So as we tick them off, we would proceed to the next one.
Okay. And finance, Ryan. We have approximately 3.2 million left over in ARPA that's unallocated.
3.8.
3.8.
Yeah, at the the last meeting in June, when we presented the ARPA reallocation, it included an additional allocation to revenue loss of $3.8 million that we're able to justify with the calculations and the savings on other projects. That money was budgeted to be transferred to the revenue loss, the ARPA transition fund, but a project has not yet been identified for that.
Do we have a rough idea of any ARPA savings that are left over from projects? I'm trying to hit that 5 million mark. I got a sense that we can get there.
With the ARPAs in particular, because we just took it to the council meeting in June, we had already trued up everything to the best of our ability based on estimates. So on the actual ARPA direct projects, we don't think there'll be any material save. There probably will be, but at this point we can't estimate it. One might come in high, one might come in low. We're still waiting on bids on several projects.
Thank you. Okay. Council, something I want to bounce off you guys or make a proposition. I'm pretty sure staff can get to that $5 million mark. What I'm willing to do is make a commitment to you guys, and I want this to be a county-wide initiative for safety and pedestrian projects. I think this would be a great use of that ARPA money to get up to speed, especially in some of these areas that are much needed. So I'd be willing to, if we can make a commitment today, to give direction to the county manager to use the one-time ARPA dollars in any of the remaining savings to go to the road program as identified through staff. I'll go ahead when the time is right, retract my motion. We'll take that 5 million back off and bring it down, bring the millage rate back down to the recommended original millage rate. I think that's pretty, yeah, sure.
I'll second that.
Okay, so, excuse me. Pardon me?
No, he said you want him to shorten it up.
Yeah, I thought Councilman Santiago had a question, but no?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Danny, thanks for the work you did there.
He just put a motion on the floor. Do you have a question about them? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I want to compliment him first, even though I don't really like him, but I'm kidding. We originally talked about this idea when we talked about the millage. We had also talked about tackling the growing infrastructure problems we have on roads, right? And how we're going to solve that. We can't barely keep up with inflation with these road projects. And I thought we could probably get to the point where we can have that bigger conversation and make a real strong statement towards, how we're going to tackle our roads, right? And it takes money, and it's going to take us to have some tough conversations. And I'm okay with having that. The ship has already sailed probably for this budget cycle for a real serious modification or changes to that. But I think we should be having this conversation in 1st of January, start already having some real dialogue on these major road projects. And, that was $5 million, I think, right? And I'm okay with your idea, but I think there's more. I like the safety projects. You read my mind. But I'd like to spend those other $5 million on more safety projects. That's just my thoughts.
Chair, may I real quick?
Yes.
And if I can get in a soft agreement with you guys we have this money. If we want to put this off a little bit, I'm good with that. But what I would like to see is some sort of commitment and I purposely had them identify everything there has to do with roads. I want to get out of the notion that it's $5 million a mile. Yes, it is 5, but there's 100 other road things that we're pushing aside and focusing on $5 million a mile when we have safety and PED projects or other things that we can use some of these dollars that we have right now that we have to use at some point. So what I was trying to do was get a commitment to tackle this low-hanging fruit. And if we want to, this budget cycle, look at a designated fund, great, I'm all for it, to that, where we can actually start doing the new road or expansion projects. But this money right here, it's not going to go to that. You're going to use this ARPA money for this sort of stuff right here. But either way, if I can get a commitment from you guys, I'll go ahead and I can retract my original motion to add the $5 million to the general fund. Let's go ahead and use this, and we'll go ahead and we'll tackle this low-hanging fruit.
So if I think, Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
So I think I know where you're going. Is you're proposing this additional ARPA fund and other savings for staff, for us to give them direction to spend those funds to these safety projects outlined. The other money that we were talking about a few weeks ago, we'll deal with that decision when it comes back before us, right?
Correct. And if
Okay.
we get that obligation for this, I'll go ahead and I'll pull my motion out for that additional $5 million off the general fund, and we'll do it in the next cycle.
I got you. I'm willing to do that, to have that conversation, whatever it is, later on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Yeah, I want a point of clarification here. Mr. Robbins raised the max millage rate, right? Mr. Robbins raised the max millage rate. So we have a max millage rate, and that's all it is, a max millage rate. And we'll talk about millage in a couple weeks. So that's out there. There's no adding or removing. The max millage rate has been set at $5 million more than it was when we started that conversation. So put that aside. Now, due to some great staff work with our elected officials, there's $5 million out there that we found for safety projects. That's what we're here for right now. I'm all for that. I also like the option to bond. This we are a macro Surfside condo association right now. We work so hard to keep the taxes down. We did you a solid. We kept your taxes down. Your house is going to cave in, but by golly, we're going to get reelected because we kept your taxes down. There's got to be a balance between keeping the taxes down and keeping the infrastructure sound. And this is infrastructure in general. So there's a bunch of different ways to solve those big problems, David. And I want to solve those big problems. Bonding's just one way to do it. A referendum vote's another way to do it. I mean, we put something on the referendum to get $2 million for everything under the sun. I'm not saying that's the right answer either, but we have to start tackling our infrastructure issues before we end up collapsing. We already have places, some of them in incorporated cities, that have failing underground infrastructure. And I think it's important that we at the county take a lead at being quick and do the right thing and properly explain why we're doing what we're doing, and get some of these things taken care of. So I'm in for the long. I'm great with this short. I'm all about safety first, but I think the more we kick the can.
Talked in your presentation about scour issues of multiple bridges because of hurricane damage. I mean, are we taking money from the Transform 386 to address this? Because I wanted more than just the $50 million that was supposed to be set aside for infrastructure.
That could be an option, because it would be a resilient project if we can harden some of these bridges on the scour project.
Have we gone down that path yet? And if not, why not?
Well, frankly, because it's a very new issue, and I anticipate that we're going to have some Transform 386 money or another round of infrastructure. The applications are already in, but I have identified one of these projects as a possibility for Transform 3 on the scour protection.
How much are we talking about, do you think, in potential cost for all these scour issues?
Well, the one that's under design, we're still waiting for an estimate on that. It's really a project that it's kind of unique that we haven't had to deal with before. On one of the other bridges, we are literally just got the inspection report on it weeks ago. So that one could be anywhere from scour protection all the way up to a major repair to increase, some structural stuff around the pile. So we're still working on that.
Is that something we could, in good faith, do major repairs for preservation in the future structurally? I mean, could we apply this Transform 386 money?
Possibly, yeah, because it would fall under, this would fall under some of that resilient, making infrastructure resilient to storm damage and things like that. So it would fall under that. So that is something that we've already started looking at. I know a lot of the applications are already in, and we're waiting to see, based on the applications that are in, working with Donna to see if there's any money left over. And if there is, we might have another round of applications.
You suspect we're going to run out of money?
I don't know. I'm not the keeper of the Transform 386 money. I don't want to speak to that, but I do know that the application's in because we've submitted some already for other projects in the county. But we need a little bit more information until we're ready, because you have to go through a whole cost-benefit analysis and all these other parts of the application. So,
all right, thank you, Ben.
Councilman Robbins.
I saw David left, but Chair, I'm ready to make a motion to use the one-time ARPA dollars, $3.8 million, and whatever unused dollars that the county manager identifies to start tackling the safety and pedestrian projects.
Hanson. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to use a one-time ARPA money and whatever savings the county staff comes up with by Councilman Robbins, second by, was that Jake Johansson? Second by Jake Johansson. We do have a member of the public who wanted to speak on this. Any other council members have questions? I know apparently we've moved to now that the millage question will come up in the final budget meetings.
Well, that's for you guys to determine. You can also address the millage question tonight, which would make things a little easier at the next meeting. So
come on up, Aaron.
If it is the council's desire to pull back the $5 million off the millage, then that was going to be the next question we would ask, is if you would do that tonight, then when we come in for the September hearings, we'll be back to the recommended millage from before, and then everything kind of lines up paperwork wise at that time. So.
Okay, I think that's going to be possible your
Exactly
thoughts,
what
Aaron?
he said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Danny Robbins.
Chair, just my recommendation, we do have the motion on the floor. I'd rather address that first, and then we can go into talking about the millage rate reduction. We can do that.
Does that work for you? I want to make sure it's easy for y'all to deal with. County manager?
Yep, that'd be great.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to use a one-time ARPA money. I don't see any other questions. Let's call John Nicholson, who wanted to speak on this issue.
John Nicholson. Go get it. Comedians. John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. You're going around robin on this to me. I was thinking, how much would it be able to raise with a $5 million a year? I think it came out $64 million. And that's at present interest rates. I'm guessing that within a year, whether or not Donald's elected or not, the interest rates will go down, all right? And you'll get more bang for your buck. Several years ago, we tried half-penny sales tax for infrastructure. And because we didn't market it well, it was turned down. It didn't mean the public didn't realize there was a need. I think there's $100 million or so for infrastructure needs. This couple of dollars a year is not going to help. You've seen the inflation. The cost of everything has gone up. Asphalt is ridiculous. Cement. So I'm thinking if you would take a look at it, Ormond's had this for years, all right? And nobody's complained about their roads. It's taken out automatically. The city of Daytona Beach has it in our water. Our water increases every year. Nobody sees it. Everybody knows we need infrastructure done. I have a problem with the city of Daytona Beach because it never saw a need to widen LPGA. Because they never thought that homes were going to go on the property west of 95. They were convinced that there would be no homes there. Well, it's too late now. So they were happy with 2040 for widening LPGA. It doesn't help us now. It's too late. If you bond that $5 million, what can staff do with $64 million in today's dollars? What is the cost of asphalt and infrastructure, et cetera, in 20 years? All right? You are never going to be able to do what you're able to do now. So I'm asking you to consider that $5 million bonded this year. I think the public will back you when you say infrastructure. Everybody understands that we are growing astronomically. Everybody does not want to sit at a traffic light for 4 traffic light stops. They don't want to waste their time sitting in traffic. So I'm asking you to think very carefully about bonding now and what it would cost in 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion on the table. Still no other questions. Motion is to use one-time ARPA money. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that one passes 7-0. Councilman Robbins.
Chair, and if you'd like, I can, once Aaron, how do you want to do this? Because I'll make that motion to go ahead and reduce the millage back down.
So the motion would reduce the millage rate back to the 3.2007, which would be the general fund millage rate, and then the tentative budget would be reduced by the $5,004,964, and the new recommended operating budget would be $1,322,153,507, and the non-operating budget of $257,428,775.
I'll make that motion.
You could go lower. We got two more votes. Budget.
Yes. Yes, September 3rd and September 17th.
Okay. Okay, so you're making the, Councilman Robbins is made the motion to reduce it back to the original millage rate, and the second is by Matt Reinhardt. Got it? Danny, you still have a, nope. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that one passes 7-0.
Chair, may I say something real quick?
Yes.
Council, real quick, thank you. That's exactly what I was shooting for here. Also, to Chair, I can either do it now or later. I want to give direction to staff to also set that workshop for, or get a date for the to discuss roads, but also to get our local partners, some of our road builders and contractors at the table with us during that meeting. Or I can hold it till after the meeting.
I think it would be appropriate to set the workshop now if you want to make that motion. You're on a streak.
George, you think after budget? Jake, you're staring at me.
You already gave us direction for the workshop, so we need to set the date on that. But right now they're in the middle. Matter of fact, they have zone meetings Thursday, and then next week.
And Thursday.
Can we do it the new year?
Definitely, that'd be great.
I saw the whites in Jake's eyes from my peripheral, and my hair started standing up. So
I think it would be a great way to kick off the new year in January.
let's do it. Somewhere first month of
In the
New Year.
meantime, your other part of your discussion, I think it's be more proper if I can meet with the contractor part separately before that.
Absolutely.
All right. So I will.
And council, just real quick, I started meeting with a lot of the road builders, and there is so much to learn with this. I mean, I'm just blown away. It's absolutely a science, but I encourage anybody, and I can get y'all the contact numbers or whatever, but I encourage everybody to talk to some of these folks and the people that bid on these projects. It's amazing what they do, but also too, the insight that they can provide on where we can save money is just tremendous. So thank you guys for supporting these great initiatives. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, point of privilege.
Yes,
I'd like to be excused. I have a pretty long trip to Virginia this evening.
Oh.
To be there tomorrow morning.
Drive
so I'd like
safely.
to, yep, thank you very much.
Are you flying or driving?
Driving.
You can fly from Daytona fairly inexpensively.
I don't think I can wait till then.
I'm trying, Cyrus. All right. Have a safe trip. Okay, item 11, resolution, one appointment to the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority. Is there a nomination?
Correct. So Mr. Dennis Stark, his term expired July 19th of 2024. He is seeking reappointment, and he is the only applicant to serve on the board.
What's the board's pleasure? Is there a nomination for the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority? We have one.
Correct. You have one application. He is the incumbent seeking reappointment.
Say the name again, please.
Dennis Stark, and previously Mr. Johnson had appointed him.
Okay. Yes.
Correct.
Matt
Any one of you
Reinhardt makes the motion to approve. Mr. Dennis, is there a second?
Second.
And it's seconded by David Santiago. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And he is appointed. Chair's assignment to the Early Learning Coalition of Volusia and Flagler Counties.
Correct. So this is the position that Mr. Ken a couple of meetings ago stated that he couldn't serve on due to the meeting times. It is the chair's appointment as a part of the chair's nominations. We did bring it back that Miss Lucinda Coley, the library services director, can serve on that board.
Okay. And I will make that nomination. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Troy Kent makes a second. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Library director is appointed. Public participation? Just come on up, Mr. Nicholson. You know the drill. You have 60 seconds to say whatever you... You're
John
getting
Nicholson,
it from all
Daytona
sides
Beach.
tonight.
A couple of things. One, Don, with regard to the bed tax, there are several people years ago who put an ironclad where they could spend it and how they could spend it. I don't know if they can do what you're asking. And I mean, I guess they could, but it's not what their charism is for. It's for advertising. It's for bringing heads in beds. So I don't like fooling with it, you know, especially when there's no need. They're very good at donating to get airlines in, which we did very well on that. We put aside $1 million. They only used $500,000. You're worried about what happened in Melbourne. Melbourne didn't get riders. That's why they shut down. They're doing well here. They're not going to shut down. It's not one of those things where you just grab the money and run. They're here to make a profit. They are making a profit. I'm anticipating they're staying. That's why Delta's here. That's why the other airlines are here. Secondly, the opiate settlement, didn't we get a settlement for opioid? If we did, where's it going or has been spent or whatever? I know it's out there somewhere. Secondly, I want to let you all know that Daytona Beach is down 5 major hotels. They've been destroyed by the hurricanes. They've not come back. So that bed tax would be a heck of a lot higher if we had those, 1,400 hotel rooms. So it's a major problem for us. Secondly, I don't know if you all read the magazine the other day. Ponce Inlet, #1 small city to retire to in the nation. Ponce Inlet. I think that's a feather in our cap. And lastly, could we get another airline like United, a major airline, into the airport? I know we've gone with the smaller ones. We need to go out west. We really do need to go to California, to Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I mentioned it. He's got another thing on the hook that I'm pushing him for as well. But I think if we could get another major airline going out west, which is what we need, because we don't go to Texas, we don't go to Colorado, Washington State. I know we may not want to go to California, but it's lucrative, all right? And we may want to go back overseas. It's been years since we went to Germany. Remember Lufthansa? That was years ago. We haven't done anything like that since. So
time's up.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, John.
Add Italy to that list, Cyrus, okay? Rome.
Cyrus, I'm going to say this for you. You can correct me if, and I'm going to be careful, but one of the things that Cyrus is looking forward to is as this occurs, it also puts pressure on every other carrier to reduce fares and bring more people to the Daytona Beach Airport instead of Orlando and Sanford. So just keep it up. Bring us Southwest Airlines. All right. That takes us to the county manager.
I have nothing tonight.
Are you disappointed?
I'm never
That brings us to the
disappointed.
county attorney.
I think George has started a trend. I have nothing.
He's starting to what?
He started a trend.
Okay.
Here come the breaks.
And then we come to Matt Reinhardt.
I do have something.
What's happening at the jail?
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to leave it out. But we do have something exciting at the jail. As a matter of fact, I had to bring it up. Tomorrow we'll be doing the first ever job fair for inmates. We're putting local businesses in front of these inmates. It's the first time ever. We've never done that before. This way, that can't be used as an excuse. That seemed to be the biggest thing, that when these individuals returned to custody, that they said they couldn't find a job. And I think it was mentioned tonight. So it's an effort to join the small businesses with personnel, people that can work in their businesses, in addition to hopefully lowering that recidivism rate and addressing some of the other issues that were brought up by Dr. Fulcher. So very excited about that. That's one of hopefully many. The other thing I wanted to talk about a while back, after the storms, we had suspended the ordinance with respect to sand placement, the 4 foot up, 12 foot out, to allow individuals the opportunity to invest that money into their property and try to fix that. A little while back, I know that sunsets in December of this year. A few meetings ago, I brought up the possibility of extending that or doing away with that, and there was some resistance, and I respect that. And I think Mr. Santiago brought up some very good points about that. However, I have an option, knowing that we are getting ready to undertake our dredging projects, which will place the multitude of I should just say a lot of sand being brought to the area as a result of that dredging project with the Army Corps of Engineers. I would ask if council would entertain at least a suspension of that until that project is done. So this way we're not doing away with it entirely like I originally asked, but at least till that project is done. It just makes no sense for people to invest that money to put that sand placement when we may very well be able to provide them with that sand from that dredging project. The 770,000 cubic yards coming from the Intercoastal and the 550 from the that's going to New Smyrna area from the Rattlesnake Island project. And there may be yet a third project that we haven't talked about yet from the Intercoastal. So if they'll entertain that, go ahead.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
I like the idea. For me, it would be a little bit more details from staff as to what would we normally do with that sand, right? If we didn't have this, what would be the plan for it? And what is the timeline? Does it fit Councilmember Reinhardt's suggestion on the extension?
Mr. Santiago, I think that if council's supportive of Mr. Reinhardt's suggestion, we'll be bringing back to you for action the extension of the program. In short, I would say that both sand projects, the Army Corps of Engineers, dredging sand, and the Rattlesnake Island, probably about 1.5 million cubic yards in total that we'll be placing through those two projects. Will be about a year from now before it would be complete at the earliest. It's about a year out. So we'd be working as a team with Jessica Fentress and others to define when it would come back.
What is the plan for that sand currently?
Currently, the plan for that sand is to place dunes of, I think it's 18 cubic yards per linear foot upon those properties that grant us an easement for the sand placement for as far as it will go linearly north and south from the inlet, and that'll be based on how many people grant us the easement for that placement.
And if I could add to that, these are the ones identified are the most vulnerable areas of Ponce Inlet, Daytona Beach shores, which we know we were discussing as of recent. So that sand will help out those individuals.
I would, just one last comment, and council may have noticed last week we did a press release and some social media outreach, especially to the property owners along the ocean. The state has, as of July, opened a new grant program that will allow oceanfront property owners, not the county, but property owners, to seek 100% reimbursement for any sand they're willing to place east of their seawall or east of their dune. So right now, compliance with the code requirements, the permit requirements, can be met and reimbursed at 100% by the state as long as the state has those funds. That's a first-time grant of its type, So while I am supportive of extending the permit, I also do want to encourage our property owners to take advantage of those dollars the state's offering. That will only add more sand to our beaches, which will be good for the system in general.
Especially if there's a year that we're talking about, within that year time frame.
I'm open to support you, Matt, if, as an individual.
I'd like to make that motion if that's...
I'll second it to bring it back.
To bring
for
it back,
details.
yes.
Okay, so your motion is to
Have
bring all
staff bring
back.
that information back to us about the
You're right.
yes, what she said.
Second, just second by Councilman Santiago. Any questions on that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
We have one opposed, 6 in favor.
5.
Oh, that's true. Okay. You done? Yes, I'm done. Thank you. All right, Danny Robbins.
Thank you. Chris, I sent you a couple emails with some links. Council, this is actually kind of neat. No, it's called the Sandbagger. David, it's not about you. I'm kidding, David. I love you, man. Hey, so there's a couple of these portable machines, with our elderly population. I know, obviously we get these storms, and pretty much here in September we're going to be at the height of hurricane season. I don't know if it's something, I don't think I have to give direction on it, but I just wanted to bring up a couple different examples to make it a little easier on our residents at a couple different locations. They use these in Port Orange, and I think they still may at a couple different locations. But there's this technology out there. It's probably fairly reasonable to just help our people out. Carissa, do you have the other one? Some of these fills up to 4,800 bags in 8 hours, where we don't have our people, or the residents filling them up. But it's pretty neat stuff, just something to look at, and something for staff.
Yeah, we actually have something similar to the first one located out at Corrections, and that's what they use. And they fill bags even ahead of time, so we always have a stash of them ready to go, and then they can make more. But we'll look at what our needs are. But yep.
You're done.
You done? Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just be brief. I just wanted to, I know today we had a good, tough conversation on our tourism authorities, and I just want to let them know that I appreciate the work that they do, and out of respect, I hope they appreciate the work that we have to do. There's a lot of invested in the airport, and we want to make sure that everyone is in on this. So. The economic engine of Volusia is what's important to me, and that's the motive, single motive. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'll just as a follow-up to what David said, and actually John, I'm reading the News Journal article. Melbourne's incentives came similar to ours. Landing fees waived, terminal ground handling fees were waived for the first 2 years. They pledged $275,000. And they left after 40,000. And so I would love to see this to be a thriving destination airport and see every legacy airline, every national airline come in and out of here. But we got to be realistic. We're Daytona, we're not Orlando. And and we've pledged $1 million. They've already sucked through $500,000, and they're halfway through. So the first thing I was always told is the best thing to learn from is history, because history repeats itself. And I'm just hoping that doesn't happen here. I'm not a naysayer to this, but I voted against it, and I'm still not optimistic that this is going to be a success. Cyrus did a great job. He's doing a great job. He got Breeze here, which is awesome. But again, that's why I want to make sure that whatever pool of money is sitting over there with Halifax goes to the airport, because if we're ever going to invest that money, this is the year to do it, to make sure that Avelo's a success. I really do hope it works, but I'd hate to see it not work, and here we ended up just like Melbourne. So I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But so that's all. And I'm not proposing that we chop it up. It's just with the west side getting 1.8 million of tourism money and the east side getting 26 million, it's just, you can see where maybe I can see a little injustice there. You know, so I just I still love you. But that's all I have. I have nothing else. I just wanted to respond to that because I respect you, John. And that's it. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. Jake Johansson, you are not here. Troy Kent.
Jake's on Dempsey Air right now, flying.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of things this evening. George, that woman that spoke tonight at public comment, that had video of her feet in the water. Clay is still here, thank goodness. That really bothered me because I believed her when she said for 19 years she's lived there and it hasn't happened until these homes got there. I'm hopeful that we can help her come up with a solution because to me, it just seemed like that's why she's having this problem. And I would be spitting nails and at the same time devastated if there was water up against my house like that when there hasn't been in the past. I'm hopeful, George, that you and or your team will reach out to her and talk to her about real solutions. That one bugged me. Mark Swanson and Jim Judge, we heard are retiring, and I just have to say congratulations. And at the same time, like a huge no. That institutional knowledge that they have. I mean, George, I put feathers in your cap about you hiring and putting the right people in positions. Those are two tough ones that you're going to have to. I don't know how you recover from that. I mean, really, those men with that institutional knowledge and that kind of background, you just can't impart that into someone else. So, good luck with that.
I think Jim Judge is going to go and come back.
Again, going to come back.
Yeah.
We heard a councilman talk, Mr. Robbins talk about the sandbagger. I can just tell you all, in Ormond we have those, and they fill the bags, and then they have a line of cars coming into Public Works, and then they have a team of employees that are on rotation so they don't get too tired, and they will actually put 10 in your trunk for you. And I was thinking, gosh, we have this out there by the jail. Why don't we have inmates who have earned it lined up putting the bags in the vehicles of our Volusia County residents? We do that?
Yes, we do.
Brilliant. Perfect.
Yep.
I love it. Lynn Flanders, yep, she's still here. I know that Lynn has been having some meetings with some people in the community who are in the know about rigging and concerts. And I just wanted to say thank you for having an open mind and having those meetings, because in the near future and in the very recent past, these bands have been to the St. Augustine Amphitheater, Crowded House, UB40, the English Beat, Billy Idol, Iration. All of those bands should be at the Ocean Center where there is air condition and great concessions. And I am positive you can make that happen, because I love all of the bands I just mentioned. But what I don't love is driving to St. Augustine and sitting out in that scorching heat, when we've got a beautiful center right here. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Troy, you forgot to mention El Gran Combo.
Yes, and them as well. Yes.
Thank you.
For those listening online and those here, the next district dialogue for residents will be on Monday, September 16th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Holly Hill City Hall. It is an open dialogue meeting with your District 4 county councilman, and we talk about anything that you want to talk about. Last but not least, last Thursday, my wife Heather and I, we moved Wyatt into his college dorm, and what an exciting time down in Boca Raton at Florida Atlantic University. So our house is empty, And, believe it or not, I'm the softie in the family, Heather likes to think that she is, but I'm really the one. And if you want to bring me to my knees, just talk about my mother or my son, because it can happen quickly. But we got a text from him, a picture of him walking on the beach his second day there, and it just said one thing: living my best life. And I thought, good kid, now get your tail into class Monday morning and show us and the world what you can do. So to WK, I say we love you and keep crushing it. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. And I'm going to skip because as everybody knows, it is election night. The results are still coming in, and I'm going to go spend some time with people that help me and my wife and see if John Nicholson voted for me or not. I should have been nicer to you. So thank you all for a good meeting, and we will adjourn at 8 o'clock.